Hello, everybody. Let's get this started, shall we? Is anybody out there willing to chat with me tonight? Anybody out there? Hello, everybody. Anybody out there wishing to chat with me today? We have to wait and see, I guess. Stop doing that. Turn that TV down, please. Hello there, first viewer. Finally figured out how to put that side chat on the side of the video instead of, the traditional comment section under the video, so that's a plus for me. I finally figured it out. Yeah, which is pretty good, I'll go ahead and put the link in the comment section in case anybody wants to come in and have a conversation. Yes, I've finally figured out how to have the side chat on this Hangout, which is rather easy. So easy, I literally felt like a stupid ass for not figuring it out sooner. Let me put the link in the comment section just in case anybody wants to join. Okay, guys, the link is in the comment or in the side chat, if you will. In case anybody wants to join, feel free to do so. Yep, I finally figured out how to put the side chat on, the side scrolling chat, I might add. It was something that was really easy for me to do once I figured it out. I left the link in the side chat for you guys if you guys want to come in and have a conversation with me. If you guys have any questions for me, please feel free to ask them and I will do my best to answer them. Let's see if we have anything. Nothing yet. Nothing yet at all. Just a reminder that the link to the Hangout is in the side chat for you guys. If you guys want to come in and have a conversation with me, please feel free to do so. I finally figured out how to have the side scrolling chat instead of, the traditional comment section down below, which is a plus for me. The link is in the side chat if you guys want to come in and have a talk. I'm all ears. See if there's any questions or anything. Let's see what we have. Okay, we have nothing yet. I'm going to send an invitation to everybody to see if they want to come in. Let's see. All right. Yes, guys. I finally figured out how to have that scrolling side chat now instead of the traditional comment section. I know that I sound like a broken record at this point, but that's okay. The link is in the side chat for you guys. If you want to come in and have a conversation with me, more than welcome to do so. Let's see. Let's see if there's any new comments or questions or whatever. Oh, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Nothing at all. If any of you guys want to come in, the link to the Hangout is in the side chat. Be more than happy to have you guys in here. Also, I sent an invite to a bunch of people, so hopefully we can get a conversation going. In the meantime, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to post them. I would be more than happy to answer them to the best of my ability. this way is going to be a little bit easier now that I've figured out how to do the hangout in a different way now. I think that it's pretty safe to say that a lot of people that are just generally in the public who are able to watch the hangout are not going to be able to get in from now on. So we won't have any of these jackasses coming into the hangouts, you know, trying to do a lot of dumb stuff. So that's a plus. Let's see if there's any questions yet. Check it out. All right. Nope, no questions yet. You guys feel free to ask any questions you'd like. I got my eye on the side chat here. See if anybody wants to come in. Anybody out there want to have a chit chat with me? Let's see here. By the way, guys, I have a new haircut. Finally got rid of that hair today. It's a big pain in the ass for me. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went and got a brand new pair of clippers from the store and decided to just get rid of it. I've never really been a fan of long hair. I have been in the past, but nothing big, nothing major. You know, I've had long hair down to probably, I'm wanting to say, the middle of my back. But after that, no, nothing really major. Nothing at all. Let's see if there's any questions yet. The Forbidden Thinker. Sure, come on in. Like I said, I left the link in the side chat for you guys. Forbidden Thinker, feel free to come in. And I also sent an invite to everybody that I'm following as well, so on Google Plus. So let's see who comes in. Let's see who comes in. Mr. Paul.
Yeah.
I got some good news, man.
Okay, just a second. I got to kill your comment. Okay, go on. What's up?
I finally figured out how to have that side chat, that side scrolling chat.
Okay, good.
Instead of having the traditional comment section under the video when people from the public watch it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty badass, man. I finally figured it out.
That's good. That's good.
And it turns out that I didn't have to have any software.
All right. This hitting the right thing. Yeah, I know. I used to program. I know how it is.
Yeah, and it was so simple. And my dad always told me when I was a kid, sometimes the easiest things are the hardest to learn.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, Maggie. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I wanted to let everybody know, since we're in this different type of hangout, I have it set up to where it's not viewed by the public,
Yeah, okay.
where only my subscribers can watch it.
All
So
right.
we won't necessarily have to put up with all those trolls in the public that come into the hangouts and want to start a bunch of crap.
Has that been happening lately?
Yeah, in the past couple of hangouts, we've had random people come in and basically, start trying to play copyrighted music in my hangouts and do all kinds of stupid crap, trying to get my channel to have a strike on it. I don't think so.
Yeah, stupid
I
people.
am trying to fix so my headphones are working and they don't seem to be. I know you could hear me fine, but I'm trying to get it to where my headphones are
Yeah.
working. My computer did a huge update. It went from Windows 8.1 to Windows 10,
Uh-huh.
and it's kind of
I'm not going there yet. No way.
Well, right now I'm currently in plans to get a new update on everything, but it's going to take some time.
I have
Okay.
7. I have
Uh-huh.
7. 7 works. I ain't going to 10 until they play with it for a while.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm currently in plans to get a whole new updated system. It surely isn't going to happen right away, though. I got to get some money together first.
But as you said, with other people coming in, hopefully no pillbox.
Hmm. I
oh
know,
boy.
right? I know, right? We've had some run-ins with him in the past couple of hangouts.
I don't deal with retards, as you know. I do not deal with them.
I completely understand, Paul. I completely understand how you feel about it.
Yay, I think I fixed it now.
Good.
deep, deep ashtray. He tells me in the side chat. He tells me, but I wanted to start a bunch of crap. Now I can't.
Oh
Good.
boy.
Oh, deep ashtray. He goes, now that you guys are, avoiding drama, from the public being able to view the hangout, he goes, but I wanted to start a bunch of crap. Now I can't.
Breaks my heart.
Hey, nice haircut, by the way.
Yes, I finally got rid of all my hair.
Yeah.
Now I look like Paul.
No, you're almost a chrome dome now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed so many of your hangouts because I was on vacation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I've seen where you had invited me because I had brought my phone with me, of course, on vacation. I was like, damn, I'm missing so many good hangouts.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, we've had a lot of good discussions on our hangouts, huh, Paul? Go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't rewatch your last one yet, but that looked like it was a good one. There was no real.
Yeah, we didn't have no problems in that one. It was the discussion got heated with a couple of people. I will admit that, but it was just a debate. That's what it was basically, and it was
Right.
nobody was name calling. Nobody was talking over each other. People would state their case, and then the other person would come in and give their opinion, back and forth like that. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah.
If you have I might not agree with your argument, but I can view it and say, okay, I understand where you're coming from. Doesn't work for me. That's fine. But
Yeah.
when somebody's in denial of the facts, then I have a problem.
Oh yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
the first hangout I ever joined was your hangout.
Which one was that?
That was we had a Christian in there, and I forget what his name is, but it was a really good hangout. There wasn't any arguing, any intense arguing.
Was it a peripheral prophet?
Yes. Yep, that's the one.
Okay. Okay, I remember you now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
The problem is, you start these a lot of times. I just went up to bed and I just happened to scroll, because I have a laptop hooked up to my main, my my TV up there, and oh, he's got another hangout. Gee, why don't you schedule him late?
I know, dang it, man.
And it's only 9:30 here, so it's worse where you are.
Yeah, it's 10:24 my time.
Yeah.
It's 11:24 mine.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, Maggie.
No, not at all. I was just sitting in the bed, being bored.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, I said, well, I'm going to have a hangout tonight, but I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try and figure out how to have that side-scrolling chat, and I'm going to try to figure out how to do a couple of things different. And I went in exploring in different areas of my channel, and I figured out, I clicked on a couple of things, and then it gave me options to do this or that. And then finally I was able to figure out how to have this hangout, and I was like, damn.
Hey, is that a new fridge you got back there?
Yes, we had to get a new fridge because the other one that we had took a dump, basically.
It shit the bed, huh?
Yeah, it's in our garage right now.
Hey, the one you have now might even lower your power bill.
Yeah, it's brand new. It's
Yeah.
and it has one of the big yellow stickers on it called Energy Guide or Energy Star or something.
Yep. You'll see your power bill goes down.
Yeah, yeah. And I moved my whole setup in here in the kitchen when I do my videos and my hangouts and stuff temporarily because I watch my niece while my sister goes to work, and I have her out here in the living room. And yeah, I have a computer desk in my room and everything. I just moved everything out here temporarily for a while. I don't mind because I'm able to put her in the living room, and she has a bunch of toys she plays with and stuff like that. She just sits there and plays with her toys.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And if there's something that's a problem, I'll go ahead and mute my mic and I'll go over there and see what's going on, whatever,
Yeah.
Because where I'm sitting right now, I'm able to view the living room, the entire living room right now. I see the TV, the couches and everything, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can quiet it so we don't have to hear the gunshots, that's all right.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
So, let's see here. Grant, what was the topic that you wanted to talk about?
It's an interesting topic I just came across. I've noticed that I noticed that there's several types of atheists around the world, and I was doing a Google check on Japan, and as it turns out, I wouldn't say their version of atheism is weird, but I just find it really interesting that the term atheist has a very different meaning around the whole globe. It's not just in the United States.
Yeah. Well, I talked about that a couple of times in some of my videos that I have made. Atheists, the only thing that, we can probably agree on at the same time is basically the fact that, we don't have a belief in a God or gods, But the rest, you know, we are like a bunch of herd of cats. You know, we're like a herd of cats. We're not going to be doing the same things. We're not going to have the same exact positions on everything. You know, we're always going to disagree with each other. You know, and I look at that as a positive thing. You know, because ideas can be shared, discussions can be had, debates, etc., etc. You know, which is interesting.
Yeah, one club well, it wasn't really a club because there was no dues at it, but we had one woman there. I mean, she hated the idea of a god, but she was a homeopath, you know, homeopath. She believed in homeopathic medicine. And no matter what you said to her and how they work, well, it worked for me. Well, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
I got on the JRED forum again. I seen somebody had written something up about those new glasses for red-green color blindness and stuff that work real well with people.
Oh,
You know?
wow.
And
Oh, cool.
he doesn't want to believe it, you know. And I get tired of them. I linked them to all kinds of videos on YouTube. These are just regular people. People are trying the glasses on. They're working. Yeah, all these people are lying about it. You know, it's not like my headache went away when I took this homeopathic medicine. There's an explanation behind what's going on, you know, and it's legit. You know, matter of fact, even I found out the National Health Organization, or one with the government, gave them some funds for development and stuff. So, you know, after a while you just get tired of it. So I go in there, look to see what anybody said, but I got nothing to do with the guy. He's in denial.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people are like that, especially in this modern day age where a lot of the propaganda stuff goes out on the internet and everybody can be exposed to it, and sometimes that can breed the most individuals are delusional.
Yeah, but the problem with this is he's so hyped up that this is a fraud, or he doesn't believe in it, that no matter how much evidence, you can give him all kinds of journals by this time. I said, I plan to buy a pair. So, like, right now there's a guy that's working, putting the air conditioners into this place, the apartments where I live, and he's red-green colorblind. And it'd be nice to be able to say, okay, here's a pair of glasses. Here, try these sunglasses on, see what happens. And then go from there. I said, if I find out they work for this guy, I would tell you that they work for this guy, and he'll be in denial. Well, that's just anecdotal. Well, I tested them, didn't tell the guy what they were. They worked for him, let's say, and now it's anecdotal. Okay, fine. I'm done. Stay in your small world.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
I'm getting to an age right now. I'm getting tired of re-justifying myself every time I open
Yeah.
my mouth.
And that's just like I think it was yesterday. I'm not sure, but I know that you know, Paul, that I'm subscribed to the Young Turks. They did a story about that Dubose guy, I guess, that was killed by that cop. And I think last week in Cincinnati, I'm not sure. Anyway, I decided to comment in the comment section of that video about the situation, because they were talking about how all of these people were getting together and basically creating a crowdfunding campaign for this cop. And I typed it in the comment section. I made the comment, well, only in America where people are willing to donate money to a murderer, because I seen the video and it was clear and cut, man. He did murder that guy. There was no reason for him to reach into the vehicle and shoot the guy in the head.
Yep. Not for what he was doing. Gee,
Yeah.
he didn't have the front license plate on his vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a horrible crime.
And these people constantly are arguing with me in the comment section of that video, you know, and he's what did they say? I can't remember. that he's going to be ultimately found innocent, and that the only reason why these people are prosecuting him is just to simply avoid rioting in the streets and stuff like that. And I go, that's bullshit. Come on now.
You know what his bail is, right?
Yeah, he got out.
Yeah, but you know what his bail is? You know how much?
It was $1 million.
Right. So that's how innocent he isn't.
Yeah. Well, see, he only paid 10% of it.
I know. That's 200,000.
Yeah, that's still a lot of money, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to be paying out.
Yeah. I wish I had $100,000. Shit. And I was like, man, these. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I was subscribed to them, and then the main character, he goes off on the atheist being so strident or whatever. He was just going on about atheists and blah 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 atheists, and he's an atheist. And I'm going unsubscribe. I'm tired of it. Because atheism is unstoppable. He's going after him.
Yeah.
He's pointed out that the Young Turks never go after the damn Muslims and stuff when they do the terrorism.
Well, see,
Right, they don't.
And then there's like he's shown all the statistics. He's shown all the statistics of all the late all the killings and stuff of that. Terrorism going on, and it's Muslim, it's Muslim, it's Muslim, it's Muslim. Or at least the faith, based on that, one after another. All kinds of people getting killed. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's not a loving religion. Get away from it.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's only 1% or 0.5%. Where are the other percentages really coming out against it? No, more than just lip service.
Yeah.
Lip service anybody can do.
And for me, there's only one problem that I have with Saint, and it's when they're talking about, let's say horrible things that no, let's see, hold on. When someone's talking about Christianity, basically he makes fun of Christianity a little bit, he pokes at him, he talks about this or that, whatever. But when someone, talks about Islam, or when someone's critical of Islam, if you will, it seems to me that he defends Islam with a passion, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how many times they bring up shit that's old hat now? I don't care about the Crusades.
Yeah.
I don't care about it. Matter of fact, one guy even did a thing on that. He said in that era, you can look at the few that the Christians did and went down there. But at the same time, all the battles and stuff that were going from Islam. I mean, they did get into Spain and stuff. They had the bottom part of a lot of Europe and stuff like that. Now they didn't get there because they were sweet and lovely.
Yeah.
Now they and that's before they really got crazy. And they were doing good until finally they have one guy, and that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson points out, who said that mathematics was the work of the devil. And ever since then.
Yeah. Well, I remember. Well, I think I mentioned this to you before, Paul. I guess Sank had a big problem with Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Sam Harris. Okay. And he started to go off on one of his videos on the Young Turks. And I guess Sam Harris got pissed, and he actually went down to the Young Turks.
I love that video.
And the whole discussion between them was filmed, obviously, and it was uploaded to their channel, and they talked for almost 2 hours, I believe.
Oh, Sam brings up a lot of good points. I like a lot of stuff. I don't agree with everybody about everything, but
Yeah. It was pretty interesting to watch that show, and then what else is there? There's still the Republican Party is still going after Planned Parenthood.
Always miss. If they couldn't lie, they would have nothing to say.
Yeah, because you know this other organization, which is an anti-abortion organization, is basically, you know, putting out there in the open that Planned Parenthood is trying to sell baby parts of baby fetuses, you know, to, or fetus, whatever you want to call them, to make profit, if you will, you know. And you got the Republican people trying to shut them down or trying to defund them. And I was getting ready to do a video probably tomorrow about a situation in Washington involving Obama. And basically, you know, the people in Washington are basically saying, well, his administration is basically saying that he's going to veto the bill once it gets to his desk from the Republicans, you know, basically requesting to shut down Planned Parenthood, you know, so.
He should.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's all they do. If they, like I say, that and religion, if they didn't have, you know, if they couldn't lie, they would have nothing to say.
Yep. And it's all, and I've said it many times before, it's all about control for these guys, you know.
And of course, now we have the guy, he gets out of the prison. You know what I'm talking about.
Who, Kent?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's already pumping out the videos.
Yep.
He's got a lot of new videos out there already. Last time I looked,
Yeah.
at least about 10.
I was going to do an article about another article, but I got tired of talking about the Duggar family already. But what's his name? Jim Bob. Jim Bob. It was Jim Bob, Eric Hovind, and some other lady went to pick up Ken Hovind from the prison.
Oh,
You're kidding.
okay.
No, I've got the article stored on my bookmarks. I'll have to find it. Yeah, they were.
Listen,
And
he's
there's
already.
there's a picture. There's a picture of Ken Hovind driving. Jim Bob Duggar is sitting in the passenger side, and Eric Hovind and that lady are sitting in the back.
Oh boy.
Wow.
I think he's the only one I might hate worse than William Lane Craig.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So what's up, Worship Deity?
Oh, just chilling. Just chilling.
What you been up to?
Oh, just working and studying. I hate my job. So, you know, just working on trying to get my IT license.
Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting there.
Yeah, yeah. I've been trying to make videos, but I'm just, can't be bothered. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't started yet. I gotta find something ready to get going on.
Yeah, something to motivate you.
I'm just like, oh, so many other people do it better. I could talk about this, but damn it, they're like, oh, these excellent people making points. I'm just, ugh.
I may have mentioned it before someplace, but I took a electronics course, Bell and Howell Schools, years ago. In the beginning of every chapter, they had some quote from some scientists and electronics and stuff. And I cannot find out who said this, so I had to paraphrase it basically. But you know, you can read all kinds of books, and finally, one day, you read that one little sentence, and everything falls together. And what's basically happening, you're accumulating data. You know, all this stuff's floating around your head. You're learning this a little here, and it's finally at that one moment it just gels.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happens to a lot of people, even with becoming an atheist. It's all of a sudden it just comes together, and that's it. You've been accumulating information, accumulating this little bullshit, and or seeing that it is bullshit, and you know, getting some other information, and finally, the shit hits the fan. I was fortunate; I never went through that phase, really.
You know, I didn't either. I was actually not raised in a religious household, so I lucked out there.
Well, at that time, my mother and father, they went to church once in a while, but it was no big thing. And my father's side of the family it was weird to see my grandfather and my grandmother decked out enough that they were going to church for something. Usually it was a wedding or something, you know. And but I don't think that even had much to do with it because I was surrounded by other people. It's just that I read, I was reading stuff on dinosaurs, stuff about astronomy and that stuff, and not once were they saying, this disproves God, this sort of thing again. Nothing. It was, here's what we found out, this is what we think it means, and they say we think it means, not that it does mean, and this is where we don't know. Especially when I was a kid, they had no clue what wiped out the dinosaurs, you know. The asteroid hadn't been found yet. So, but they stated that. They weren't sure. They think it might be the mammal animals, might be getting into the eggs and stuff, but we're not sure. No big deal.
Right.
And all I had then was, oh, no, those aren't, no, there's no such thing as dinosaurs for the people who were more religious and stuff. Now, what we have? We have Ham with the dinosaurs getting on the ark.
Yeah.
They can't deny it anymore. So now there's microevolution.
Yeah, the micro.
They can't quite get their little brains around. If you keep doing little changes over millions of years, it become a big change.
Yeah.
I've already pointed out a good thing. Go to YouTube and put 65 million years with the creationist. I pointed out that before. Listen to it, because it's mainly just, him talking about his journey with the creationists. Very good.
Oh, Maggie.
Yeah.
Speaking of that article, I'm going to put it in the side chat here in our Hangout, so you can look at it if you want. There it is right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to get a Milky Wilkie.
Let me know what you think about it.
You can talk about me because I can't hear you.
Did he say don't talk about me? Because I can't hear you?
I'm not sure I didn't understand what he said.
Yeah, I think that's what he said. That's hilarious. Oh, boy. Yep. It's on Raw Story.
Yep.
Boy, isn't that something.
Oh, goodness.
Yep.
So funny.
And that's just right when they came from the prison, too.
Oh.
What a collection of losers.
Well, we all know what a shyster Hovind is.
Yep.
He claims in one of his recent videos, he claimed he was a science teacher for 15 years. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Okay, right. Whatever you're talking
A
about.
science teacher that dodged taxes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And that's the first thing one of these videos said, I taught science and mathematics for 15 years in high school.
Yeah.
Wow, there's some documentation of an education on something.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, he hasn't proved it, that's for sure.
Yeah, he did prove it. That doesn't make, you could be a science teacher in Texas and then be a creationist at the same time. So
Yeah, you're
what does
right.
that mean?
Creationist science, which isn't real science.
It's like military intelligence. Two words that do not go together.
Uh-huh. You're right. Hey, how about the phenomenon of those flat earthers lately? I've been seeing a lot of that lately.
Oh, man.
Goodness.
These people just don't quit. I've been talking to a couple of people myself who think that the International Space Station is fake. They think the moon landing is fake.
Yeah, they think everything's a hoax. They think everything's fake, and it's like watching that movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Idiocracy.
Apparently, I don't want to.
No, it's everybody's ignorant.
Yeah.
That's what
I
the
like-
movie's about.
I like the chair toilet thing. That was pretty novel.
Yeah.
There's no problem with being ignorant. I'm not a brain surgeon, so I'm ignorant of that procedure.
Yeah, me too.
Stupid's the problem.
Right, exactly. Like people that think every freaking news event is a hoax. They think
I know.
the Earth is flat and
You know what I recently found out?
ridiculous.
You know what I recently found out, Maggie? That was crazy as shit, man. I heard that this conspiracy theory organization or whatever is trying to raise money to get enough money together so they can possibly, I'm not sure if it's even possible, but what they want to do is they want to exhume all of the graves from the victims from Sandy Hook just to see if they're really buried there.
Yeah,
What?
That ain't gonna happen.
well, that's never going to happen. I've been in touch actually with one of the fathers that his son had passed in Sandy Hook, and I just think that whole hoaxer crap is so disgusting. These people have actually threatened him, threatened his life, told him he never had a son to begin with.
Wow.
I mean, sickening.
You know,
You know that I've made videos about this on my
Yep.
channel, not the Maggie Clybe channel, but my Magulator channel.
Yep.
it makes you miss the good old days. I'm talking back in the 1800s, 1700s, where you could tell somebody to go out west when there was still a west, and you kind of hope something will eat them.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, these people are really the scum of the earth. I
Yep.
mean, I used to think, freedom of speech, conspiracy theorists, they're not really hurting anybody, but I was wrong. Dead wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what goes through the minds of these people, man. I mean, damn.
Well, that's your problem. You said minds.
Well, I guess they don't have one then.
There you go.
I mean, really, what makes them believe that every major event is either what they call a false flag or a hoax, or
Yeah.
they call
Yeah.
us sheep. They say, well, you just trust the government too much. Well, hell no, I don't trust the government, but I sure the hell don't think everything's a hoax.
Yeah. And oh man, and I even heard of one conspiracy theorist saying that not only was Sandy Hook fake, but it was just a stunt so that they can have an excuse to take our guns away.
Right, exactly. And if you notice that any major news tragedy that hits the airways, 5 minutes after it hits the news, you can type it into your YouTube browser, and sure enough, somebody's calling it a hoax.
Yeah.
5 minutes after a tragedy.
Do these bozos understand that to make an amendment go away, it takes 2/3 of the states, and it isn't going to happen?
No, you're right. It isn't.
It's a bunch of BS. This is the whole the conspiracy, right? 9/11. How many times did I hear 9/11 was so that Bush and Cheney could do something illegal or change something in the Constitution to make it so that he could stay in for more than 2 terms and stuff, right? Did that happen? No. Did
No.
they stop their BS? No.
Oh no, they just moved on to another excuse.
Right.
That's the same thing with the Sandy Hook thing. At first they were saying it was a gun grab. And now they're saying something completely different.
And nothing
It's
happened.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
They tend to do that a lot, especially whenever a tragedy happens and it's related to guns. They always point out how it's a gun grab, and that sort of stuff gets obnoxious after literally what you said, 5 minutes. When you after it happens, you can find on the internet. It can get really obnoxious.
It is. And it actually promotes these hoaxers. They rile each other up, and then before you know it, they're actually harassing people, victims, and survivors.
I mean, I don't understand why these people do these things, man. I don't understand why they have to go to grieving families and tell them that they never had a son and that it didn't really happen. Fuck, man.
It's ridiculous. Even after I spoke out against these people, I mean, I was getting all kinds of threats and everything too, which I take with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had experience with that.
Big.
And it's just, you know, with flat earthers too, they really get on my nerves. And I wish we had the ability to put them on a spaceship and send them all the way up there so they could see how round this fucking planet is.
Yeah, you left out the best part. Then let it just drop.
Yeah. The last thing you're going to see is a sphere.
Yep.
Then they'll be flat earthers when they get.
Right. Then they'll be flattened.
They'll be as flat as they'll be as flat as the Earth. Well, they'll be as flat as the flat Earth that they claim exists.
The flat Earth map.
Yep.
You know, I knew a guy in the service. He used to be in paramedic kind of thing. You know, where he wasn't a paramedic himself, but he used to be in the ambulances. He says, you don't want to see what a person looks like when they jump from a high height, because they are not in just one spot.
Oh, no, they're all over.
Did you ever hear the joke, you know, that Joe jumps off to the, is it Joe? Whatever. He jumps off a big, you know, he falls to the ground, hits the ground, and Joe's over here, and Joe's over there, and Joe's over there. And
He's everywhere now.
And they all gather around. They say, pull yourself together, Joe. Pull yourself together.
We love your sickness.
Thank you. I haven't begun to start.
Oh, shit.
If I heard that before a lot of you guys were born. That'd be 1970, 71. Let's put 70.
Oh. What else did I want to talk about? Let me see. There's a couple of things. Oh, I did a video just a little bit ago. It went up about 9:30, I think, about these religious people, this religious leader, I guess, in Boy Scouts, basically getting a bunch of young kids together and showing them hardcore porn.
Oh, creepy.
Creepy. What the hell was that when I was a kid?
At a church, no less.
Well, that's a place for it. I mean, they got a guy up on the wall.
Then I talked about how they are a bunch of hypocrites, you know, when they talk about the LGBT community joining the Boy Scouts, you know.
They are hypocrites.
Yep. I saw that article and I just said, oh shit, I gotta make a video about this. I love this kind of shit.
Yeah, I guess I've seen somebody put a video out and it says, it might have been even yours, I don't know, but isn't it funny that they're complaining about, you know, gays being in there because they're worried about being molested, because we just know before they had gays, those Boy Scouts were never molested before.
Yeah.
By the religious scoutmaster. Right.
Yeah, it's just, it totally amazes me when I see the hypocrisy that these guys have, man. I mean,
doublethink.
Yeah.
Holding two contradictory terms in your head at the same time. It's true.
Yep.
Yeah. That stuff can actually happen with everyone.
Yeah, it's just amazing what these religious people have to offer these days, man. I'm gonna have to go check out those new Kent Hovind videos so I can laugh at them.
Oh, see, maybe you will have to do that because I can't laugh at stupidity. Like I say, you hear I get those other guys that hear Bill Box and stuff. I can't tolerate that.
Yeah.
They're now. I can't tolerate that crap in the now. A child
Well,
understand.
I watched 10 minutes of one of his videos earlier, and it just pissed me off. I mean, he called science a religion.
Wow.
No, he called evolution a religion.
I don't see how evolution is somehow a religion.
Well, that's what he was calling it.
Oh, don't you know our dogma or our tenets of it? Yeah, that's good.
Oh man.
Oh, dinosaur bones. Yes, we love you.
Yeah,
Out
exactly.
to the dinosaur bones.
What he's doing is he's projecting his bullshit. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
probably learned a few more cons when he was in prison.
Oh yeah.
10 years is
Especially
not long.
if he is especially in there with thousands upon thousands of con men. Oh hell yeah, he probably learned a couple new ones.
Well, he spent, what, 9 years?
Yep.
Learn nothing good.
No.
He's probably out there plotting his next scheme.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know he is.
He's probably going to attack Logic because Logic made a ton of videos debunking whatever Ken Hovind did.
Yeah. Well, you know, I would make videos about Ken Hovind, but I really, you know, I just don't desire to do it. You know, just I've made maybe 2 or 3 videos about Eric Hovind, and that's about it. I mean,
If I ever do any video about him, it's just going to be a mocking comedy.
yeah.
Because that's all he deserves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now the one religious person that I have been going after a lot lately is Joshua Fierstein, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that
And
guy.
And I've made a bunch of videos about him, you know, I've talked about him a lot, you know, especially on the Facebook fan page that I have now for the Quiet Atheist. And I've been posting my videos about it in there and just talking about him, see if I could get his attention. Maybe he'll talk to me, huh?
He's about as religious as my left testicle.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to go over and like your page over there.
yeah. I post all my videos that I make. As soon as they go up, I try and post them immediately to my Facebook fan page too. And all my videos, once they're uploaded and public for all of the subscribers, they immediately go to my Twitter because I have it my Twitter linked to my YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so all the videos go to my Twitter page automatically.
I'll have to sub D on Twitter too, or
Yeah.
follow you, or however they do it.
Yep.
I have a Twitter page, but I don't really use it that often.
Yeah. I go on there to check and see if anyone's, you know, mentioned me or is trying to communicate with me directly and stuff
I'll
like that.
go over there and troll you.
Probably troll me with something crazy too.
Probably.
Oh man. But other than that, I've just been sitting here making videos, you know, and talking about a lot of things, man. I got a bookmark that has about 30 articles that I want to make videos about. And I have them all listed in alphabetical order, you know, and then I'll go to one, make a video about that, then I'll delete it, and then I'll go to the next one and keep going like that, you know, and then I'll go find more articles, put them in the bookmarks and stuff like that, and that's how I do it.
Yeah, pretty organized.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
But here's another way you can start making videos, Paul. Do what Nadia does. Have hangouts. But not 8 hours long, though.
No, no
8
8 hours. And unlike somebody who's nice, I will kick them. They will be gone.
Yeah.
She does 24/7 hangouts.
Yeah.
That's how she makes her cashola, I think.
Yeah. I don't understand how. Well, I've done it a couple of times with two of my hangouts. They were 8 hours long, you know. And it was like, that's too much for me, man. That's too much. Damn.
Yeah, but she'll do 8 hours and then immediately do another 8 hours. I think she's on there pretty much 24/7.
Well, I think that's how she makes her money, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you have regular hangouts like she does that are different from the one I'm having now, the regular hangouts, the public is able to view them, so therefore, you know, the hangouts get more views. And people go and view it, you know, and sometimes I noticed too that I think that the reason some of these idiots were able to get into my hangouts is because I went, excuse me, and explored Google Plus one time where they had this complete list of live hangouts that were going on, you know, and I was able to see a link in there that specifically said that if you want to join this hangout, just click this link, you know. And I clicked one, and I went immediately into the hangout, and then I, you know, kicked myself out right away. So that's probably how they were able to get in so easily, you know.
Yeah, you were advertising.
Yeah. Until now that I figured out this new hangout process with the side-scrolling chat and everything, just my subscribers are able to see it now. That's it. Or if anybody randomly looks at my page, they could probably see it, but that's about it. But even then, they still wouldn't be able to get in here unless I provided a link.
Question: if you have a subscriber, you can unsubscribe them?
Huh?
If you have a subscriber, you can unsubscribe them?
Like, what do you mean? If you're subscribed to somebody?
No, I'm saying you have people to subscribe to.
Yeah.
Can you kick them?
You can kick them if you want.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
if I see Pillbox, I kick them.
Yeah, you can kick them if you want.
Yeah.
I think Pillbox unsubscribed to me though.
Oh, that's
Aww.
a real hurt.
Well, the thing I've been noticing lately, I don't know who's doing it. I think I have a couple of Christian trolls on my channel. Every time I upload a video, there's always 3 or 4 dislikes immediately. You know.
No, that's just me.
Hey, fuck you, Paul.
Oh, baby.
Hey, Paul, I like your pictures back there.
Oh yeah, my sweethearts and stuff. Well, that's one's a Superman, but that's okay.
Those are nice. Did you do those?
No. I've been going to Comic-Cons and stuff with my son,
Ah,
and some of these are signed by original artists.
that's cool.
I have to look around and see which one.
I wish, to tell you guys the truth, I wish I could draw like that. I really do. I would be making a killing, man.
Yeah, they look nice up there, though.
Yeah, Watch her, the one in the middle here, the orange one. That's a signature one.
Yeah, they're nice. They're well done.
Let's see, where's my control? Oops, wrong way.
Nice.
And that one there is, that's the same guy who did that one. That's from that series where they have the giants that they're fighting,
That's cool.
and they have to cut them. They kind of cut them in the back of the head to kill them. It's,
Well, see, I'm not really into the comics much, but I like the art.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'm not really into the comics so much. I mean, I enjoy it. My late wife and my son pretty much were more into it.
Yes, Jacob Roostan, Pillbox is a young Earth creationist and a conspiracy theorist as well.
There's no theory behind it at all.
What's his name?
Pillbox.
He's got some numbers in the beginning and ends with pillbox.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He used to hang out with Rand Campbell.
Yeah, Rand Campbell thinks he's a god.
was that the guy you had on the one time with him? Or who was the other guy you had on with pillbox?
The other guy that I had on with Pillbox, religious people?
Well, he said he wasn't really religious, but he sure talked like one.
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Okay, I'll find out later. But
Yeah, I know that I had that one girl.
well, he said it, how do you explain how biogenesis happened, which has nothing to do with evolution. And I told him before, like, you can't bring in something spontaneously come into existence in today's environment, because whatever would start to gel into materials that could become life, something's going to eat it.
Yeah.
Something evolved will eat it, because it doesn't have a chance. You have to go back before there were other things that would eat it.
Oh, I've had I think it was either Pillbox or Brick King that I had in my videos or in my hangouts.
Yeah, it was Brick King.
Yeah, there you go.
Boy. He's
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah, he came into I think it was 2 of my hangouts recently,
Yep.
wanting to talk with me and stuff. And he goes, "Do you know about me, Quiet Atheist?" And I go, "Yeah." I go, "I know a lot about you, man."
Yeah, both of them can go pound sand.
Well, the thing with Brett Keane is when he first came on the scene, he was telling everyone he was an atheist
Mm.
when he first came on the scene. And he was e-begging back then.
Mm.
And then when the atheist community stopped giving him money, he turned to the Christians for his donations. So he's another con man.
There's no tape in here. Yeah. He from according to him, I guess, he inspired the Amazing Atheist to make his YouTube channel. That was one of the things that was going around about him. I seriously doubt it, but I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
All I know is that he's been an e-beggar since he's been on.
Yeah.
A jobless e-beggar.
Yep. And with me, I don't ask anybody for money now. I only put things in the description of my videos if people request me to do it,
Well, that's different than
Yeah.
getting up there and saying, I'm going to lose my house and
Yeah.
I don't have any groceries and yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? That's a whole different thing.
Yep.
I don't give a rat's ass who monetizes their channels. But when you get to somebody that's blatantly bullshitting and e-begging,
Yeah. Well, like I said with me, there was a time in the earlier on, people ask me, "Oh, do you have a PayPal account?" And I go, "Yeah, I do, but I don't put it in the description or anything." Well, they go, "Well, you should, because we would like to help you out to get better equipment or whatever." And I go, "Okay, fine." So I put it in there and I left it in there. And then I think a couple of weeks ago, some of the subscribers, came up to me and asked me about my Patreon page. And I told them, yeah, I have one, but I don't use it. I don't put it in the description. And they told me, well, put it in there because we would like to help you out. And I said, okay. So I put it in there. I don't, record, once in a while I might, put a, what do you call it, one of those cards on the videos.
Right.
But other than that, I don't really mention it. I don't promote it or anything. If people want to donate, they donate. If they don't, they don't. I continue to make my videos regardless,
Right.
But with Brett King, man, I've seen some of those videos that people, he even had an Amazon wish list at one point in time.
Oh, I remember those videos. Yeah. I've seen a lot of his content, trust me.
Yeah. And it's like, oh. And I seen a big feud that he had with a guy called Straight Dope. And
Yeah.
And man, Straight Dope tore him apart.
He's so easy to tear apart because he's
Yeah.
such a blatant lying fool.
Yeah. Who else can we talk about? Any ideas?
Who else can we tear down?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me check on my list.
Let's see.
Well, there's always Peter Hitchens. I'm trying to look down through my list.
I saw a video. I think it was yesterday with Christopher Hitchens' brother, and and I wasn't even aware he had a brother. So when I watched the video, I was like, "Damn, this guy sounds just like his brother almost."
He kind of does, but he's the exact opposite from Hitchens.
Yeah.
I will be right back.
Okay. Just like, I don't know if you know Grant, but just like, you know who Dark Matter 2525 is, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm subscribed to him.
Are you aware that he has a brother?
Oh, yeah.
Who also has a YouTube channel called Light Matter 2525, I think it is. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but I don't know.
I was told that he had a brother, but I wasn't told the YouTube channel, but thank you for telling me.
Yeah, look it up and see if that's the actual name. But his brother's religious.
All right.
I'm glad that none of these trolls can come in here, Paul.
Breaks my heart.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I moved out of my bedroom because my husband's trying to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Poor thing. I was keeping him awake, I think.
Uh-oh.
Depends on how you're doing it. Apparently not the right way.
Right, exactly. I was running my face, obviously.
Yeah. Well, my wife and my son are at work now. They won't get home till about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wow. What do they do?
My wife is a department manager at a McDonald's, and my son also works at the same exact McDonald's too. He's a cook there.
Wow.
Yeah. I got my youngest son here at home with me now.
How many kids you have?
2.
Too many.
I have 2 boys. One's 10 and one's 10 and one's 16. They're both a pain in my ass.
Enjoy them while you can.
Yeah. Yeah, because my oldest, he's already talking about wanting to get a car and all of this stuff, you know, and I'm like, okay. But he doesn't want to get any of those fancy new cars that are made out of plastic. He's fascinated with the older cars. He wants the older stuff. You know?
All I can remember is when I was a kid, they were always underneath their car fixing those great old cars.
Yeah.
That's back when you got an oil change after 600 miles. There's nothing to go down from Philadelphia to Wildwood, New Jersey, which is the south part of Jersey, for the shore, and have a blowout. Yeah, the good old days. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Appliances last longer. TVs were old. You know, they used to have these guys called TV repairmen that came to your house to fix your TV at home. Okay? Back in the good, no. And refrigerators were always breaking down. Washing machines were always breaking down. People have poor memories from old stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, the old cars after an accident, yeah, they held together, but the G-force was so high on impact, everybody inside's dead.
Yeah, the days before the seatbelt laws.
Yeah, I remember getting into a car accident back in the day with my mom. We had a old truck and it didn't have seatbelts in it. It didn't have anything in it. And a motorcycle ran us off the road and my head ended up going through the windshield.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Fuck you, Paul.
Feel the love.
Baby. Hey, I'm an ex-GI. Don't put it out there for me. I'll say something. Back in the day, that was called survival tactics.
Yeah. So, Maggie, is there anything you would like to talk about?
No, I just decided to come on in and chit-chat.
That works for me.
Chit-chat about anything. Who cares?
Anything and everything. That's usually the way I have my hangouts.
Hey, that's usually the pretty good ones.
Yeah. You know, if it's about a specific topic, you know, it's, I don't know, it's interesting, but, I mean, if I have a lot of Christians in the room, they tend to like to talk over people, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it's something that really gets on my damn nerves. I mean, I remember one time we had some Christians in there. I think it was, what's his name, Paul? I can't remember. He has a yellow picture with a yellow face on it. Matt Bell? No. I can't remember his name, but he was in our hangout recently. But he was just talking over everybody, and even Nephilim Free I had in my hangouts. God, that guy wouldn't let anybody talk.
That's what I mean. Because they got nothing to really argue. The only thing they have is to talk over people because their argument is weak. It has no merit.
Yeah.
Plus, they don't want to hear any counter arguments, and that's part of the reason why they talk over people, because they don't want to hear anything that contradicts what they believe.
Yeah.
We know the argument's weak as soon as the other person says 3 words they cut in.
Yeah.
You've had some good people on, though, last week, I know.
Oh, yeah, I've had some interesting people. So there's one point I had a... who did I have on past hangouts? One of the people that I admire a lot that I was fortunate enough to have in a hangout was Wise Apple.
Yep.
Yeah. That was awesome when she came in. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I have her on, I have her request she's on my Facebook.
Yeah. And another guy, another person who I admire a lot is PW Swivel.
Oh, I love him. I love his videos.
Yep.
I noticed he was in your Hangout.
Yeah, he's been in a couple of my hangouts lately, and with him, I constantly praise him, because without him, my channel wouldn't be what it is today without him in so many ways, because he's designed my intro and my outro for my videos.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and he has even he was one of the subscribers of mine that had suggested to me to put my Patreon page in the description, and he even helped me out with that, so I was like, dang, this guy has really been influential for me, in so many ways. And by the way, he is coming out with a video here pretty soon, I believe in another maybe 2 weeks at the most.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And
The favorite video that my favorite video that he did was the I Am Not a Monster video.
yes, that's my favorite too.
I've tweeted it. I have put it on my Facebook. I've watched it over and over. I was really impressed with that.
Yep. Yep.
I tell people I'm not a monster, but they don't buy it.
Look at him over there playing. Paul's over there playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably have a lot better time telling them that instead of me.
Yeah, and with me and PW Swivel, we've gotten real close. He's pretty cool. He's been with me since day one on my channel. Almost.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I digress. This is another poster I have, another picture.
Oh.
It's an original.
Judy Garden.
It's an original design by a friend of mine, Al. And this is another one. I just got that since.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love it.
I've also had Redline. Are you familiar with him, Maggie?
Of course.
Yeah. Redline's been on my channel a couple of times.
His channel, he's got the Red's Rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
Now, he's the one that I admire as well because of his skills. He is so smart. He's super smart.
Oh,
and I love how he does the Juranism videos. The Flat Earther. How he counters him in his videos. It's great.
I like, there's another guy I admire too who's subscribed to me too, which is, I was surprised to find out he was subscribed to me. Sam the Scientist?
I don't think that I know him.
Yeah, look him up. He's I can't remember his profession, but he's going for a PhD in his particular science. But he's really good with biology, evolutionary biology, and all kinds of other things. I mean, damn. Other people haven't been in my hangouts, but they have subscribed to me. Like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with her, Souverny.
I don't think so.
How about Girl Does Rant?
Yep.
Ever? Yeah, definitely familiar with that one.
I love her.
I subscribed to her when she had 25 subscribers.
Yeah, I was one of her first ones.
Yep.
Girly Does Rant. Yep, she does some good stuff too.
Yep. And you know who else is subscribed to me, and she even talked to me, and I was surprised. I was like, damn. Coffee with Claire.
I love her too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's good. She's perfect.
Yep.
Isn't she?
Yep.
Yeah. I like her because she does all these videos debating, or not really debating, but talking about these stories about. I think the last video I watched of her was about the Ken Ham sort of stuff, and I love what she had to say about that.
Oh God, she's so witty, and her geology briefs, she knocks it right out of the park.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
some of these bigger YouTube channels are subscribed to me too, like Octopus Prime. There's a couple of other ones. I can't remember their names precisely. I'd have to go through my entire list to find them. But yeah.
Before they started their shows together, Octopus Prime and all them,
Yeah.
that show that they have, I was subscribed to Joe.
Live Life?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that other guy that's on their show now, the Skeptic Fence show, what's his name?
The long-haired
Drew.
guy there. I can't ever think of his name either.
I think his name's Drew.
Yep, Drew.
Yeah, he's subscribed to me too.
There's Drew, Paul, Joe, and Coctopus.
Yeah. And there sometimes Dark Matter 2525 is on there too.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, well, they do a lot of shows on Vaughn TV.
Yeah.
So I go over there and watch their live stuff usually
Yeah.
when I can.
Yeah. I do too when my computer is feeling like it's going to run pretty good for the day. But sometimes, I don't know why, I think, like I said, I eventually am going to upgrade all my stuff. But sometimes my computer has trouble, when I watch shows from Vaughn Live. There's serious lagging going on and stuff like that. And I don't know.
I think a lot of times that depends on your browser that you're using too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, I don't know what you guys prefer, but I'm a big fan of Google Chrome.
I got the Firefox.
Yeah.
That's what I usually use.
And my sister and I are fans of Google Chrome. She's got one of those Chromebooks.
Oh yeah.
With those laptops that they call Chromebooks.
Yeah. They have the sticks too now.
Yeah. Yep. And I eventually, what I'm going to do with my system once I get everything I need, is I'm going to have 3 separate monitors. I'm going to have a 3-monitor system, and I'm going to set it up real nice so I could be doing several things at the same time. I think that would be better than having Windows open on one computer.
Yeah. So then you have a tower, not a laptop, I take it.
No, I have a laptop right now. That's what I'm running off of.
You're up noise. We were passed down earlier.
That's what I'm running off of right now is a laptop. But eventually I'm going to get a tower and 3 separate monitors. I'm going to get all of that stuff and, even a proper microphone and all that stuff eventually.
You'll be like Star Trek over there with all those monitors.
Yeah. I've seen some a guy in the comments section brought up a good point. He said Logic is pretty good too. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, Logic is good. I like him.
I like Logic and that other guy. What's his name?
Oh, never mind, not me.
What the hell is that?
What the hell is that? My
Logic.
picture.
Logic and what's that other guy's name? The Armored Skeptic.
Yeah, he's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Logic is actually subscribed to me.
Logic subscribed to me too.
Yeah. He's one of the few YouTubers that inspired me to make my channel and the reason why I'm on YouTube.
Yeah.
He makes really great content, and That's why whenever I say he's great against Kent Hovind, he's
Yeah.
really great on doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah, he loves them too.
Well, the guy that inspired me to first start making videos was Dusty Smith.
The Duster.
Yep.
Yeah, he's okay.
But anyway, that's one of my. I'll be posting this on my Facebook tomorrow.
What is that? What kind of a...
It's called a giant elephant shrew.
Okay.
It's a baby. It was born June 27th.
Ah.
You're gonna see it's got that long nose that goes dodging around, you know. And it was a bitch to take a picture of because it was very dark. So I had to put the ISO up, open up the lens, and take a lot of pictures because the thing never stopped moving.
Yeah.
Because that's how, shrews are. They're just always in the sun, always looking for food.
Oh, yeah. I've always, when it comes to
Never
pets...
seen one. Wait, what was that?
A shrew.
Oh.
Yeah. When it comes to pets, I have always... I know it's not legal, but when it comes to pets, I have always wanted to own a tiger.
Tigers are okay until they eat you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a dog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same here.
Well, I really like cats. I have a fascination with cats for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, my mother had 3 cats, and I knew I was moving, so I had to get rid of them.
Yeah.
She loved her cats, but we got along all right. The oldest one fine, but I could say I was moving, and it hurt to get rid of her, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
I told my mother when she got the cat, I says, the cats will probably outlive you, Mom, and I told you I don't want any animals. I don't know I get into a discussion right now, really, but I inherited a dog for 13 years I was supposed to watch for 3 months.
Oh, boy.
Okay, and we did not get along. This dog and me did not get along.
And you had it for how long?
13 years.
Holy shit.
Wow, that's old.
That's a long time to have a dog that you don't get along with.
Right. So I told her, I said, I'm not going to put up with something I don't want. So about a year after she was gone, I had gotten rid of the last one before I moved here.
Yeah. Right now, where I'm living, we're not allowed to have pets. Otherwise, I'd have me a dog or a cat or whatever. But we're not allowed to have pets here at the place where I'm living now. So that kind of sucks.
Yeah. Well, I would love to have one. I always get dirty looks when I say it, but they don't live long enough, so I would get upset. And very clever little things. They're called rats.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike a hamster, which is like, duh, food, run on the wheel, food, fish, run on the wheel, sleep during the day, run on the wheel. No. Rats, you can train them and everything.
Yeah.
That's true, you can.
Well, I think I've inherited some of my mother's things, because I have a fascination with fish, too. I've always wanted a fish tank in my house.
So I've gone through that years ago.
Yeah.
I had an Oscar, no lie. I rode him from a pup. And by the time I got, let him go, I'm not letting him go, I had to find somebody else for him. He was a foot long.
Dang.
Yeah,
My mom... Go ahead.
Yeah, I walked into the house and he would change colors and stuff, because it was his place.
Yeah. And with my mom, she was never really fascinated with saltwater fish, but it was always your traditional freshwater, like guppies, swordtails, and all them types of things,
Well, yeah, I would like to have saltwater, but that's a lot of work. But you can't put that many in. But the thing is, with saltwater, they're smart. You can get someone, they're no level above the freshwater.
Wow.
I guess the cichlids, which an Oscar is, they weren't too bad.
Yeah.
Saltwater's a lot of work. We do it right. And you need a big tank. The bigger the tank, the more stable, the better you are.
Yeah.
Because saltwater, real quick, saltwater, since the environment of saltwater oceans doesn't change much, they can't tolerate changes like freshwater.
Yeah.
Freshwater goes from mud, to clear water, goes through a lot of changes where, your saltwater fish, they don't go through a lot of changes, so they're not set up for it.
I think it would be hard to have, saltwater, fish, because, I mean, I'm, assuming that they're high maintenance for one. I mean,
yeah.
To have like, what do you call them, lionfish or clownfish or any of those types of things. I mean,
those are generally a lot of work.
Yeah.
I think in my house we used to have one, and I don't remember what happened. Something in the tank failed, and it died within, I think, 3 days after my brother got it.
Yeah.
Now, they're a lot of maintenance. I like them, but they're a lot of maintenance.
Yeah. Yep. But what else? I've had a couple of what kind of things were they? They call them little mini sharks. I think they're about this long. They're real short. They're not too bad. They're not too bad at all, though. But other than that, that's pretty much it. I hate getting pets though, because every time I get a pet of any kind, I always have to get rid of them for some stupid fucking reason,
Yeah, I'll show you a fish from the aquarium. I took well over 100 pictures to get something good. This one right here. Now there's a fancy. Now he's a little guy. He's only about 3 inches long.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I took picture after picture after picture. I love digital cameras. I
Yeah.
took about 150 pictures of them.
Damn.
Just to get a few good ones. And that picture there, I think he finally was looking at the lens, and he might have seen a little tiny reflection of himself.
Yeah.
Then he got interested. Then he flared out and all. Yeah, I put him on my Facebook page.
Yeah.
Did you ever check out my Facebook page? Because I befriended you.
On the fan page or my personal?
Yes, your personal.
I would have to go. I'll have to go check once the hangout's over.
Yeah.
Because I got a lot of people on there, and my feed is constantly flooded with all kinds of shit, man. And I don't get to see a lot of things. I'm gonna have to start cleaning out my friends list on Facebook on my personal page, because I got so many people on there, man.
Is it good shit or bad shit?
No, there's a lot of good stuff that they, post and stuff, but there's people that I just don't talk to anymore, and it's just, I don't see the point of having them on there if you're not going to have a conversation with them. But with my fan page, the Facebook fan page for the Quiet Atheist, I communicate with everybody on there that's on there. If they post something, I reply, or whatever, because I try to maintain that communication with you guys, because Agent of Doubt one time suggested to me that a good key for one to build a YouTube channel is not to reply to comments under your videos. And I go, I don't know about that, because I think, for me, I told him, I think in order, to have a good YouTube channel, one of the ways to have a good YouTube channel is to maintain contact with your subscribers, engage with them, and talk with them. Even if you guys disagree on something, talk with them, let them know that you acknowledge them and stuff like that. Now, if I have a channel that had, if I had a channel that had, let's say, 200,000 subscribers on it, it would literally be impossible to keep in contact with everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I got PW on there,
Yeah.
and I have Steve's Shives.
Shives.
Shives, I mean.
Yeah. I've been
Yeah, he's on my Facebook too.
subscribed to Steve Shives for shit, man.
Purple Fox.
A couple of years now.
Yeah, I'm seeing how your name comes up.
For what?
Your Facebook.
My personal?
That's what I'm checking to see. I'm going through my small list.
Oh, okay.
I got Dark Matter, not as Dark Matter. I got him as his name.
Yeah. Me too. We got a lot of the same people on our Facebook.
And of course, one of my favorites, Mr. Deity,
Yeah.
Brian Keith Dalton.
I believe Dark Matter's first name is the same as mine. I'm not sure. I'll put my name in the side chat and let you guys know, because I don't want to doc drop anybody. Hold on.
Ever watched Deity D Free D?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to her.
Yeah. I hope to see her when I go up to Seattle to see if my friend JJ.
Yeah.
I just seen him and his wife down this way. Oh, where the heck are you?
I would like to meet Dark Matter 2525 one of these days.
Yeah, same here.
Or like
he does okay, sorry, go on.
and another one would be Meridian Frost.
Yeah, but see, Dark Matter does 25. You know, he does cartoons. He hasn't done anything lately, but I have a good premise. I kind of mentioned the premise here, I think, one time before, but I'm going to keep it on my hat. And I like to bounce it off of him.
Yeah, because he recently made a video on his Dark Antics channel.
Oh, the bald episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. That video actually changed my perspective on the whole bald subject. Because literally in my whole life I haven't paid much attention to it until now.
Yeah. And I like his main channel, man. I really love the videos that he does, the cartoons. I mean, damn, he hits it home with every single one he makes.
Yeah, he's another talented person.
Yep. I really like him, man. I mean, there's and are you guys familiar with Theoretical Bullshit?
I am. He's good.
I love his videos too. He doesn't make them all that often, but when he does, I mean, they're pretty good. Well, that's because, you know, I think that the reason why he doesn't upload that much is because he's in a soap opera. The Young and the Restless, I think.
The Young
Not sure.
and the Useless.
The Young and the Useless. Yeah.
Has anyone heard of Underlings?
Underlings. No.
Sounds familiar.
Let me type them out in the chat. Underlings.
Can't find you.
There we go. There we go.
Underlings.
He's a good YouTuber, and I've always been a fan of him. He doesn't make that many content anymore, but his first few is like phenomenally good. He's the, I think his picture is a white mouse.
Huh.
Yeah, I haven't heard him.
I can't say that I'm familiar with him.
Me either.
Another guy that I think is pretty good too is Martimer.
Oh, that guy's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's great.
Grant typed it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was right around the time when you were talking about the flat earthers, and I thought
Yeah,
it'd be a good
exactly.
idea if I posted the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a good one today on that.
Can't find you. I could have swore I had you there. But
Yeah, just look me up and send me a request if you haven't. I'll accept you.
desperate.
I'm going to start weeding out some of those people on my friends list anyway, because it's getting to the point where I desire not to have them anymore. And I got even a longer list of blocked people on Facebook too.
Oh boy.
I'll block people because, like I said, I ain't gonna deal with it. If they
Yeah.
got something constructive, even if I don't agree with it, fine.
Yeah. Well, I've only got, like I told you before, Paul, I've only got one person here on YouTube that I've blocked. And I forgot his name. That's how important he is to me. But I normally don't block people. But this guy was an exception because he started to harass all the female subscribers that I had.
Oh,
That I
fine.
have. And he started to make sexual remarks to him and everything, you know, and he started going after all of the subscribers and everything. And oh no, no.
I don't care if they're male or female. If somebody starts doing stuff, that's it. I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have the same mentality. If anyone starts harassing anyone on my channel, I'll block them.
Well,
Yeah.
if they go out their pillbox, I'll probably keep them. But
yeah. I don't think Pillbox is subscribed to me anymore. Either is that other girl, Rose. I'm not sure if she is.
Spacey. She reminds me so much of the back in my generation of the hippie girls. It's somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything about them is
She
somewhere
dropped
else.
one too many tabs of acid. That's how she talks. Well, she does.
Yeah. You know, and then there's times when I just want to have a decent hangout where we just talk about anything, you know, whether it be current events or religion or just anything, you know. And people want to come in and then they want to start talking over others, and, you know, it's just, oh no, I can't handle that shit no more, man. And there's been a couple of hangouts where I sit there and tried to shout at people and say, hey, stop, let someone else talk, fuck. I just can't handle that no more, man. I don't have the patience for it. So now that is why I wanted to experiment and try to figure out how to do this hangout differently, because, you know, I got tired of people from the public coming in and trolling the fucking hangout, you know. It's stupid.
You'll get that, though.
Yeah. And it's just like I have little patience for that stuff, you know, and it's just I want to have a conversation with my subscribers and the people I want to have a conversation with, and that's it. I don't want to have conversations with people that have no significant reason to be there. Now, if you want to come in and have an actual conversation about something, you're more than welcome to come in, but if you're going to come in to talk over people, or if you're going to come in to start shit with others, no, I ain't going to put up with that shit anymore. Not anymore.
Well, you know, that's what some people do. I mean,
Yeah.
that's their whole purpose.
Because I could be having a good conversation with Paul, or with, you know, Grant, or with anybody else for that matter. You know, we could all be having a good conversation, but then someone like Pillbox or someone else will come in and then they'll start saying people are dumb, and they'll start talking over others, insulting and shit. No, no more. Either come in and talk about something like a normal human being or leave. You know.
Yeah, like I said, I see your the Quiet Atheist Facebook page, but
Yeah. And there you'll find all the videos I post, Paul. Once they go public on my channel, I post the videos over on the Facebook page, the fan page. I do that all the time.
yeah, I got Steph Andrews too as one of my Facebook people.
Oh yeah, I got both his personal page and his fan page.
Yeah, well, it's real funny. I ran into him in Texas.
Oh
And,
yeah.
And I said,
Go ahead.
I was talking to him. I said, you know, I've done a few people had audio problems, and I went in there and meticulously cut out bad parts and stuff. You know, where it's noise areas, and go and clean stuff up and give them back to them. And you know, I'm not looking for anything outside of the experience itself. And it's like I was giving them something bad. And he misunderstood me. I have to talk to him again because so far he says, "Well, I like my audio," and he didn't understand. I wasn't talking about the sound. Sometimes he'll talk to somebody and it'll be a bad connection.
Yeah.
You know, and I might be able to go in there and clean it up because I'll sit in there for hours, cutting out all the little bad spots and try to congeal it all. You know, so you don't hear all that stuff, or at least tone it down.
Yeah.
Then I went back up to talk to him again. He started looking at me like, you know, and then after a while he says, "You know, I pack a gun now. I wonder if I inspired that." Because you start getting alert. I'm reading his face, and he's getting a worried look.
Yeah.
No, I'm a good boy.
I had a chance of meeting him, and the only thing that was keeping me from going to his talk was a flat tire on my car.
Yeah, well, same place I met him. I don't know if I met him first, but I got to meet what was it, Shelley Siegel.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
she was at the same place. This is Atheist, you know, club in Houston, Texas, of all places. Supposed to be the largest, you know, club in the country. I think they have like 1,400 members.
Oh, okay.
And then, like I say, I lived in Florida at the time. She came down there, and she recognized me. So.
Yeah.
What
That
part of
happens.
Florida did you live?
Florida?
Yeah.
I was in Coconut Creek, about 20 miles north of Miami, and I used to see James Randi quite often at the meetings and stuff he had. He used
I'm
to have
in St. Augustine.
Okay. Yeah, I was down there for about 11 years, and I recently moved. Well, I'm here almost a year now already, in Denver.
Wow, that's quite a move, huh?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania originally, so I
Yeah,
love
I'm
winter.
upstate New York originally.
I still don't like winter. You can keep winter.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I moved down here.
When
But
when I lived in Florida, I lived in Sarasota and Cape Coral.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't like hurricanes either. Though this year it looks like they're going to be good. They got so much shearing. I don't think you guys are going to get anything to speak of.
Well, you know, my area here, we usually don't get very much.
Well, Wilma went right over us. We went right through the eye. And my family on the other side went through Charlie. And that was a 4. So I don't miss looking at the National Hurricane Center anymore.
I know, right?
Well, I'll go there once in a while because you can go to the National Hurricane Center, and they have links to all the different radars throughout the country, which is good to look at sometimes because it can show you systems and stuff going through. So anytime there's like a weather warning or something, I can go to that. Just a heads up to anybody out there. Like I say, go to the National Hurricane Center, and I say on the left-hand side they have all their little links and stuff, and you go to their one for radars, and they got all kinds of radar sites throughout the country.
Yeah.
And you can see what's going on right away.
Yeah, when I was living in Florida, man, I really enjoyed it. It seemed like to me to be another planet altogether, man.
Well,
I was like, dang. I got to go to the beach for the first time.
no, I was down there. If I went down to the beach 5 times in 11 years, I was doing good.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth. And,
Well, when I went down to the beach, I really enjoyed it, man, because I got to see a lot of things. You know, we went out on a boat about 25 miles offshore, and it was really nice. A friend of mine there took me on a tour around the area. And
you go to the beach and you see things shaped like this. Sweet young thing. Oh, that's right. I'm old. I don't look at that no more.
That's hilarious.
You know what, Paul? You need to stop telling lies right now.
Yeah. Like I said, when I worked at Publix all the time, the kids got a kick out of me because I talk like them.
Yeah.
You know, they're used to old farts being old farts. I said, look, I'm fine until I look at the mirror. When I look in the mirror, I said, who the hell's that old bastard? I'm about 18, 19.
Yeah. And the only thing that I didn't like about Florida was the heat, man. God dang.
You know what it said? Well, I don't know where you are now, but it's 73 outside.
Right now, I wouldn't know what it is outside. I think it's probably about, I'm wanting to say probably about 70, 75 probably.
Well, that's the thing down Florida. When it was hot in the day, it was hot at night.
Yeah.
And here it was like 90 today. A little over 90, and I could say now it's 73.
Yeah.
Losing that 1 mile of air, heat cushion, makes a big difference.
And
It
when
does, especially in the state I'm living in, and without that air cushion, that makes a big difference.
Where are you?
Oregon.
Oregon? Okay. Well, like I say, I plan to see JJ and his wife. I'm going to drop JJ is James Johnson. You can look him up. He's one of the co-inventors of MP3s and stuff.
Oh, wow.
And advanced audio coding is mainly his, which is another version of MP3s, which he does not use.
Yeah.
He knows his audio. He knows his audio.
When I lived in Denver, I lived in Aurora. Paul?
Yeah, okay. I'm the bottom west of Denver. I'm almost out of Denver. You know,
Westminster?
Well, no 30.
Oh, okay.
It goes up and it goes from Hampton to Havana. Turns into Havana going north.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yawning.
I know. I'm starting to get a little. I'm starting to get a little tired, man.
It's 11 here.
But I try not to go to sleep right now because I want to get myself tired so I can actually fall asleep without waking up.
No, you want to wake up. It's called death if you don't.
Yeah.
Speaking of sleep, I was reading this article. I don't remember the name of it, but it was talking about coffee. And I think it said it takes 100 cups of coffee to kill you, but it's impossible for a person to actually drink that much.
Well, they get it through coffee, probably. There's other ways, of course.
Well, there's other ways too. I'm pretty sure if you try to drink a whole case of Red Bull, you'll kick over quick.
Yeah. But there's the thing. If you try and drink 100 cups of coffee, your body is naturally trying to get it out one way or the other, and that's why there's been almost nothing reported on people dying from 100 cups of coffee. There could be, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
there is from people drinking too much water.
Oh,
Like that
there
one
is?
lady. Yeah, they had this some kind of contest, and she chugged so much water and she died.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, water can kill you if you drink too much of it.
Some parent or some mother or whatever did that to her kid, not
Yeah.
realizing, I guess, at the time, she made her kid drink too much water.
Yeah, it can happen.
Yep. Yes, it can.
So what do you want to know?
I don't know. What do you got to say, Paul?
Ask me.
All right, weed's legal there.
Haven't had any. God, you know how
But
many
it's
times
legal
like
there.
I know.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
I'll tell you the truth. I mean, I know it's here and all that stuff. I really haven't seen anything of it because I don't go to any of the smoke shops or whatever they want to be called, and I really haven't noticed it at all in public. I mean, you're not supposed to do it in public, but I haven't
Well,
smelled
if I
it in
was
the
your
air.
neighbor, you'd notice.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't smelled it in the air any place, but then I'm not looking for it either. So
Right.
Yeah.
I know nothing of it really. The last time I had any pot was my son was 3 years old, and he's about 38 now.
Yeah.
And I wasn't any real pothead,
Well, pot's a lot better now than it was 38 years ago. I can attest to that.
Well, the first time I had it was pretty much just pot, and the last stuff I had, something was in it. Because 1 or 2 tokes was more than enough to put you somewhere.
Well, they used to treat it, I think, back then, too, with stuff.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, okay, I don't know where this is coming from.
Right.
I ain't gonna touch it no more. Simple.
Yeah.
I mean, now I can get stuff that's legal, and just right now I'm not interested. Not that I wouldn't. But I
Well,
got
the
enough art.
the edibles are pretty good. It's a totally different buzz than smoking it.
I've had brownies.
Yeah. Well, I had pretty recently, had cookies that was made from pot butter. And it was just like the regular Toll House cookies you bake, and in the place of the butter that you put in there, it was some kind of cookie mix. They used pot butter, and you can't smell it, you can't taste it, but I could tell you what, I had 3 cookies, and good thing I didn't make any plans, because I was like,
I have a real good story. It's just a shame you don't know. I just lost her daughter when I moved here, Margaret. She was 89. And I lost like 4. Well, my wife, my father, my mother, and then Margaret within 3 years. Well, anyway, her grandmother, my Margaret's son was living with his grandmother, and he was a real pothead then, real pothead, and that's where I ran into it and had some. And I like a mild high. I don't like when it goes and your whole, your vision goes away somewhere. It's everything changes shapes. No, I don't like that. So anyway, He was living with her. I walk into the little shack kind of a place she lived in, and I look back at her, and I say, "Something's wrong with you." And she goes, "Woo!" She used to make brownies for him, and she got the batches mixed. This is a teetotaler. Never drank. Never drank. She says, I was out hanging the wash up, and all of a sudden the ground met my face. This woman, she tripped. Because, like I said, she's never had anything, so she's like super sensitive, right? And she ate a bunch of brownies, and it hit her all at once.
Oh, that poor woman. Oh, jeez.
She never got them mixed again.
I bet you she didn't.
But she was in a good mood. It was an experience for her. I think it was good. Gives you a different perspective.
Hey there, Grant. It's good to see your smiling mask.
Smiling mask.
You know, I'm subbed to you from my other channel.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Okay,
you know
that's
me
good.
from Magulator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay,
I
that's
only
good.
use this one for Hangouts. This is my real name on this channel.
Oh, all right.
There's a song with the name Maggie in it.
Maggie May.
Yep.
They got a few of them. But Rod Stewart, yeah.
Yeah, I go way back.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I'm no spring chicken.
Yeah, I didn't say you were.
I'm still young. I'm getting ready to hit 40 pretty soon.
Well, I'm 54, so
No,
I'm up there.
You're good.
Yep. Oh, we have Secular Lobster finally.
Oh,
Nice.
Secular Lobster Ministries.
we love the secular lobster.
Yeah, tasty.
Now Hi, Maggie.
Hi, sweetheart. How you doing?
Oh,
Not here.
doing good. How was your vacation?
It was great. This is the second one in, what, 2 months I had? Very nice.
So you got relatives in Warwick, huh?
Yeah. Yep. I have a niece and nephew still there, my ex-sister-in-law.
Do they have a Rhode Island accent?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it funny?
It's hilarious.
It's just the lingo out here, and I tell people, if you've never been to Rhode Island and experienced Rhode Island, you know, it's one of those places that you have to. It's not a bucket list thing, but yeah, it's a different people out here.
You're right. It is.
Yeah, it's at least they don't live in Cranston. You know, I live in Woonsocket. It's a shithole of a town. You know, it used to be an industrial, like a textile town. You know,
Yeah.
way back in the day, and everything in this town is just shut down. Downtown Woonsocket, it looks beautiful old buildings. It looks like a lot of times an empty movie set. You know. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm eating chocolate yogurt pretzels.
Oh, nice.
Apparently, those are going to kill me now. You know. But yeah, it took me. Oh crap! Over 2 years to get over the fact that I lived in Rhode Island. And then, for all intents and purposes, this is just where I'm going to end up living, because I thought it was a good idea, because I've been out here on vacation a few times.
Right.
And it was nice. We went to Boston. We went here. We went there. I saw it as a tourist. You know, went to Newport and all the places you go. that I moved to Rhode Island.
Yeah, from Oregon, right?
Yeah. Well, there's reasons I had family PTSD issues.
Well, I
Reasons
remember
that
your Oregon Atheist channel back in the day.
Oh, wow, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. But yeah, so you knew I had to go away, and
Yeah.
yeah. And, being in my situation, my wife and I, we had to leave, and I'm like, okay, well, where the fuck can we go? We needed some sort of safety net,
Right.
And my wife's like, well, we can always move back to Rhode Island, And I'm like, sure, why not, But it's been good for my wife, though, because she likes family, and her parents are getting older, and she missed one of her grandmother's deaths, and it really bothered her, and now other grandmothers get, so she's going to be around for all that stuff that you really think you want to see until you see it.
Yeah, I don't need it.
And but yeah, and she's gotten closer with her mom, and stuff, and they have kind of a better bond, and just because my family sucked didn't mean, she couldn't be around her family.
Right.
And it's not the greatest family, but at least they have a family concept, and her in-laws have been everything, just great, nice to us and stuff like that.
Well, see, that's good.
Yeah.
And it's good that you agreed to move back there with her, because that's apparently she needs to be there right now.
Oh yeah. And I'm being around my family just sucked, and I've shared that so many times. But anyway, I didn't mean to. Oh, you remember you see me on my secular lobster T-shirt in that picture?
Yes.
You can find tourist traps in every fucking town. I don't care how big, how small. I went to the Boston Tea Party Museum and Tour. Right?
Oh boy. Yeah.
Sounds like, bought our tickets ahead of time, the whole shebang. It's like $18 or some shit, right? Tour lasts an hour, but you'll have a chance to walk around and stuff. They've got these two ships there on either side that are docked in the water.
Nina and Pinto.
No, that's the Mayflower or whatever. But Christopher Columbus. But anyway, we're talking Boston Tea Party. Anyway, we go in there and you sit in this like meeting room area, and they have these in character people in costume, and they're talking about the Patriots and the I had my secular lobster T-shirt, and a few people tried to make lobster back remarks, but they saw lobster, and then one of them read actually secular, and he stopped right off the bat, and he saw that I was the only one that got it, But anyway, it was a fucking joke. You get to go on, you get to pretend to throw tea over the thing. They walk you around this boat, and then they show you their artifacts, right? They have this box, right? It's in this case that's like lights coming down on it, almost like it's the Holy Grail, right? And it's a box, and it's like a blue box, and it's got a little flower printed on the side of it. And this is supposed to be an original box from the Boston Tea Party, but it was found in Wisconsin in like 1868 or some shit like that. And this person said this was a box that was part of the Boston Tea Party, and being that it was the same type of box that they used the tea in, they put it in this thing, and they've got it tilted, and it's like it rotates, like it's some sort of, That's the only artifact they have for that entire fucking thing. And then they've got these art pieces that kind of come to life, political figures like talking back at each other. Those things creep me out, first of all. And that was it. And then when you leave, of course, you enter right into the
gift shop.
The gift shop.
Yeah, of
And,
course.
So, yeah, we got done with. Oh, and they give you a souvenir feather because they explain the whole reason why they painted up, you know, like in Native Americans or something. And actually, it wasn't. They weren't trying to imitate Native Americans, but they figured that things that it was so secretive, they didn't want anybody to recognize them. So plausible deniability. Yeah, we saw a bunch of weirdos walking down the street, you know, because it was a fucking joke. And then we got back to the train station and went outside to have a cigarette. And there's a goddamn in-timer, street preacher.
Oh, that had to be lovely.
And it was hot as shit. And all I wanted to do was, like have a cigarette and then go back inside and find the bar, you know, for about an hour before the train got there. And nobody was paying attention to this guy. That was actually the brilliant part. It was fucking hot and muggy as shit. And nobody. And there were people walking around everywhere. You're in downtown Boston.
Did you not walk in front of him and spread your arms open wide and say, "Read my shirt"?
Darling, I was too hot and pissed off by then. After the Boston Tea Party Museum, yeah, I wanted to, but sometimes you just got to say, yeah, maybe next time I'll come here. Anyway, I took a couple pictures saying, well, at least I could tell people I went to the goddamn thing. But anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hijack your hangout. I'm sure it wasn't about me.
Oh, we were talking shit about you right before you came in.
Oh, absolutely. I was in Pat Vesta's hangout, and that was fun.
We were saying that you were a crazy asshole and
fucking A, man. I sure the fuck am, man.
And then we started talking back.
You want to see my bag of weed, man, live on YouTube?
Yeah.
Actually, it's in a little miniature Tupperware thing. Yeah. There's a disclaimer. That's not really pot, man. Oregano.
I don't have to do that.
It's mint leaves.
Yeah.
mint leaves.
I'm a fucking herbalist, man.
That's what my dad used to say when he was growing pot. He used to try to tell us kids it was mint leaves.
I used to tell my mother it was incense, you know, back in the 70s. And then she was a school bus driver. And then she went to this seminar run by the California Highway Patrol, and they lit up some pot. And when I came home from school that day, she met me at the door. Yeah. God, tell me that's no goddamn incense. And, oh, shit. What happened to me after that, if they had the same laws about child abuse, my parents would still be in prison. And my mother is dead.
Secular Lobster, I wanted to tell you that I figured out how to have that hangout where it has the side-scrolling chat now.
Oh, yeah, I'm noticing that, yeah.
Yeah, and I figured it out finally. And no, I didn't even have to have additional software.
No,
So,
you don't.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because I know in the past when I've had hangouts, there have been a lot of people that were asking me about, you know, can you switch it to the other one? We like that better. And I go, well, as soon as I figure it out, you know, I'll do that.
Yeah, I was thinking about having a hangout once my strike is over in fucking September.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck it would turn into because I have no idea what's in my head most of the time. And lately, I get into hangouts and have a tendency to like lose my shit, you know.
Well, how did you get to strike? If you don't mind, was it because of Rick King? You said?
No, it was because of Rand Campbell, actually. Back when the Rand scam thing was going on.
I remember that.
I played with that video with that hangout, and it was called "I've been caught reprobating." And then I did another one where when Rand Campbell was assuming sexual things about everybody and everything. I made a video, and the video itself wasn't the problem. It was in my annotations that I love to add at times. I was assuming a lot of things about his sexual activity in prison and other times, the way he was assuming sexual activities about other people. And somebody got upset, and it got flagged. But
I remember that because me and you both were making videos about him.
Yeah, I still love that one. I can't find it. That one you made with that.
That's 'cause it's on private.
Huh? Oh.
I put a bunch of my videos on private.
My wife and myself, my wife can watch that for like 20 minutes, and she just loses her shit every fucking time, right? That's why I found that one with the dancing cockroaches. That,
yes.
I found this one that's got a bunch of other little ones that, but people always like the dancing cockroaches. But that video you made of that Batman, what the fuck it was, I Batman. I had to actually downloaded it for a while, and I probably watched it. I'm sorry to say, I probably watched it like 300 times.
Yeah,
I would just watch it. It's just one of those things that you watch, and you would just lose your shit, And even if you didn't know the context of the whole thing, my wife didn't know any. She kind of knew about Rand Campbell and the whole thing going on, but I told my wife, I said, you got to watch this. She goes, what is it? And because sometimes she finds what I want her to watch funny, and sometimes she's like, that's just stupid. But she's got a weird sense of humor like me, which is important. But I turned it on for her, and she just fucking lost it. She almost fell off the couch. And that, to me, when somebody says all-time make-you-laugh video, man, I could play that. I could be the most depressed I've ever been in my life. I could play that video, and I guarantee you I'd just start pissing myself. That video to me is the cure for depression.
Well, I vow to put it back on when Rand Campbell makes his grand appearance, because we know he's not gone forever.
No, I did see him. Oh, let's see.
He's been making random interviews or something.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
The last interview that I saw him in was on the Positively Godless channel.
I think he's on Google already. It's like Randy Campbell.
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Rand, I think.
It is Rand.
Yeah, because I looked at his thing, and he's already subscribed, I think, Beckel or a couple people, and I'm like, yeah, that's Rand.
Yeah, because he did that interview.
Yeah. So do you think he's going to be as big of a cunt this time around, or is he going to change his tack?
He always is. He'll do this for a while, then he'll quit for a couple months, then he'll come back.
It's kind of like it's kind of like television schedule. It's like the new season of but he doesn't leave you with well, you do have reruns because there's so many people that made Rand Campbell videos.
Hey,
but
Rusty Cunt Balls.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about how we missed Rand.
Yeah, it's like if you notice when not to get everybody together, but when G-Man, Von Helton, and Rand Campbell quit, all of a sudden there were like atheist fights within like a week. You see people arguing about stuff that usually, shit started going weird. I was like, man, it's and other people had mentioned it. It's like, wow, man, it's the people leave, and then people start turning on each other at times. And stuff,
it's because we have no more Lulz milk.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. My favorite video though, when G-Man did that street preaching thing, I swore I'd never make another G-Man video, and then when I saw that and I watched it, I watched about the first 10 minutes of it and turned it and paused it and just immediately downloaded it, and I was like, wow, there's a few thousand views I can get out of this. I had so much fun with that. That was another thing I could watch for the longest time, you know, because you can see street preachers on YouTube, you know, and they're usually standing in a spot and they're saying stuff and everything, but he was just having a meltdown in the middle of fucking New York City, you know. That's all it was, you know.
Paul, did you see that?
No.
No, he was ranting about YouTube users in the middle of New York City.
Wow.
Yeah, and when I did that one, you know, I got that one. I started at that one part where he goes, "But those YouTubers that make fun of God and make a joke about like the flying spaghetti monster," and then I went into that little compilation shit, you know, and I was like, this is just too fucking much comedy gold, just not to just have fun with, you know. And I miss those things, you know. I haven't subscribed to G-Man ever, but enough people do that I would always know what was on the, you know, I didn't have to watch the whole thing. It's like getting the highlight show on your feed, you know, because he's one of those people that people would have hangouts about, you know. And
I had to sub to him so I wouldn't miss anything.
Oh, you couldn't miss anything because so many people are subbed to him that it would come across on your feed anyway, you know.
Right.
And plus, he would brag about how many subscribers he had, but I'm sure if you looked at his list, you know, majority of them weren't there to hear about, you know, the Word of God. You know, the majority of them there were to find out what stupid thing he was going to say next. You know. No hungry babies to, you know, stealing a fucking safe and thanking God to answered prayer with a notebook, you know. Of course, I've always given him credit for one thing. When that answered prayer thing first started, and he mentioned notebooks. Actually, at that particular time, I had forgot that I needed to buy a couple of notebooks. Really important, you know, for stuff.
Yeah.
And so actually in that hangout, it reminded me to tell my wife when she was out to pick me up 2 notebooks. So I didn't, you know, so I had something to write on in class. So,
That's a hard one.
I've always given G-Man credit for that. He's the reason that I came to class one day prepared.
That's a lot to go through to have something written down that, you know, they call them postums. Not G-Mans, postum.
I recently learned that he was going to be coming back soon.
Oh yeah, a lot of people take time off from YouTube. When you're somebody like G-Man, I mean, even somebody like G-Man, even somebody like Rand Campbell, you can only do that for so long before it becomes more bullshit. You know, you get tired of it. Everybody does. I mean, you know, when I was away from YouTube for almost a year, at one point, almost a year, I didn't do anything. You know, I'd watch videos and stuff, but I was actually thinking about canceling my channel a couple times and shit, you know, and then I was like, and then all of a sudden I'd feel better and I'd go make fun of something, you know, and it made me feel better. Yeah. It always makes me feel better when I make fun of somebody, you know.
Well, there'll be times when I'll take a break from uploading videos, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know, because I do upload quite frequently. I upload at least one a day, you know, sometimes. Yeah. And because there's a lot of stories that I like to share with everybody, so I'll quickly find them and I'll make videos about them and whatnot. But there'll be times when I'll stop making videos for a couple of days and I'll still talk to people in the comment section of videos, or, you know, but other than that, you know, I'm still on YouTube fairly regularly.
See, I don't answer a lot of comments at times and get into discussions like that because on so many levels I'm lazy and I hate to type. And that's just and that's it. I don't like typing. I'd rather like get in a hangout. And
Yeah. Well, what
pretty much know my opinion. You know.
Well, what I was saying earlier to these guys earlier is one of the things that I like to do is maintain contact with my subscribers. I like to engage with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when I first post up a video and they start commenting, I'll wait till there's a significant amount of comments on the video, and then I'll go and I'll reply to them, and we'll have conversations, and I'll reply to as many as possible, you know, and as many as they're there, you know, and I'll continue to do that. I reply to everybody, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
The thing is, nobody ever comments on my videos.
Yeah, I get comments sometimes. I get I'll get into a mood where I'll go into my comment section and I'll just start going down the thing. If it sometimes when somebody comments, I don't feel a need. I'll hit the plus button or the thumbs up button, but not every comment really needs a comment back. You know,
Well,
except for sometimes I'll say, thanks for the view of the comment. You know, but I always say that too when people try to troll me. You know. And call me a long-haired faggot or something like that. I'll go, thanks for the comment and the view, you know. We here at Secular Lobster appreciate all of the input, you know. Fuck you, you know, or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
I've seen you put that on your
Yeah.
videos
It's like,
before.
you know, if you're going to take the time to, you know, post. I've got so many videos that I haven't, like, approved or something. From Christians that are telling me the Word of God, and I'm damning to hell, and some of them are really polite that they're there because they understand me, and they'll write like, oh God, sometimes 8-10 fucking paragraphs, right, of just Bible shit, you know, and their personal experience. And one of these days, I think when my strike is over, I'm going to take my laptop because I'm very bad at like editing, and I'm going to have my PC and turn on my old, you know, diesel-powered webcam, and just start reading the things that Christians say to me in my hangout, you know. And I could probably do it for an hour and a half without repeating one of them, because sometimes they send duplicates just in case I didn't get the point the first time, you know.
Yeah.
I just, you know, I find humor in that, you know.
You ever check out the one guy I just posted up there?
Let me see. Hold on one sec.
Who is that?
He does some good videos. I ain't going to try to even say his name.
I was actually thinking about doing a video more along the line, and I've been talking about this, of, you know, those who accuse are usually the ones that are, you know, doing, and I was going to go the bestiality route, because of the fact that apparently, you know, with gay marriage, that, you know, we're unleashing our dogs, and there's that guy in Wyoming that he lists like 8-10 dog breeds in a row, like, you know, those are the ones that, you know, are the most desirable or something, and fucking your horse, and, you know, people are going to be having sex with their dogs in the middle of the street, you know. I don't know.
Well, one of the things that I'm changing with my videos, Secular Lobster, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm shortening them up.
Yeah.
All my videos now are maybe 4 or 5 minutes tops. The only videos that I've made recently that are long is when I made 2 video responses to that nurse.
Well, Maggie remembers if she remembers my older videos, she probably, when they would go on forever, she probably would notice also that I was like hammered fucking.
Yep, I do remember.
Well, see, I got to thinking about it one day, you know, and I realized, you know, I don't want to make videos that are 10, 15 minutes long if I can help it, you know what I mean? Because I don't want people to lose interest, you know?
Yeah,
so I figure, well, maybe I'll shorten them up unless there's something that I really, really want to address from somebody, then I'll make the video long. But I say, well, maybe I'll just shorten them up a little bit and go straight to the fucking point in the videos, you know what I mean?
Right.
And make them probably roughly maybe about 5 minutes long if I can help it. But generally, they're probably about 3 minutes and 42 seconds long, or maybe 4 minutes, you know, depending, you know.
Yeah. But I don't know, those videos back then, you know, people still sometimes comment on them, and I'm like, oh, fuck, you know. Especially my flying spaghetti monster shit or something. You know, well, it's really stupid to believe that spaghetti could be a god. Fuck you. Yeah, I still get those sometimes. That's a dumb religion. Eat shit, you cunt. You know, I would write stuff like that. And if you don't get it, it's a joke. Then, you know. Anyway, but I gotta tell you, those videos were so horrible. Right? I've never claimed to make good videos. I tell people all the time, my videos suck. I have no production value. I never have a script. Sometimes I have a few notes, and I just go off the, you know. But when I was doing those videos, when I first started YouTube, that was the most fun I ever had on the fucking internet, I gotta tell you. I had a lot of fucking hangover days the next day. But I had so much fun, you know. My wife would come in the room and she goes, "Are you doing another video?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, she noticed because I'd either have a bottle of vodka on the table with a bag of weed, or I'd have a big bottle of fucking wine. A couple times I had a box of wine, one of those big boxes of wine. That stuff's good.
Yeah.
And I would get chased and do a fucking video. I had so much fun. Yeah, but they sucked. Those videos were good.
Well, you should see. The other day, I commented on a Young Turks video, right? And this guy, I don't know who the fuck it was. He decided to reply to me with an insult, and he basically asked me, "What is it like, the quiet atheist, to be fat and dumb?" And I go, "Well, to be honest with you, I have no idea. You're going to have to ask your mother about that one."
Oh, yeah. I'll go straight to your mother. And you know what, though? I don't care if somebody goes towards my mother either, right? Because we didn't have that best relationship. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've had people go with me, you know. And, yeah, you know, I've told people, you know, if you really want to go there, I'll go farther than you, you know. And sometimes people will test me. But, yeah, it's pretty shitty when people do that. I only do that when somebody, like, insists on playing the game, you know? Yeah. Because I've actually gone there for a couple of people before, just because I find it can be very fun and exhilarating, and a great stress relief.
What's up, Eric?
I go for your mother all the time.
Hey, good for you, dude. And then in a good way, of course. I've got an advantage of that mental picture of what my mother looked like laying there wearing a diaper, you know. And then when people sit there and say, "Yeah, I fuck your mom," you know, I'm like, dude,
I go for
one sick fuck.
I go for your sister.
Oh, you can handle my sister, dude. Go do it.
Yeah, but if people want to get brutal, if people want to make it personal and get brutal, I'm a small guy.
Yeah.
So I've always been able to give it back. That's been my defense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm a small Jewish guy. You don't want to fuck with me. You really don't.
Yeah. See, I come from a family that's not close to begin with in any way.
We weren't either.
Yeah, so, yeah, make fun of my sister. I could give a fuck less. She can defend herself. Make fun of my brother. Fuck you. He beat me up. You know, I don't care. You know, I don't like him now.
Feel the love.
Yeah, feel the love, dude. You know?
But you know what? A lot of time it's young people, and they think they're hot shit that start up. And the second you give it back,
oh yeah,
they'll either they don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, that's why I'll go there sometime. You know?
Because you know what? If I'm an asshole and somebody goes there, what I'll usually do is I'll say, you know what? I was just an asshole, wasn't I? You know, there's nothing wrong with being an asshole. We're human. We fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've gone in a couple of times to a place where I
I
shouldn't
mean,
have.
look at the quiet atheist shaved his head. Talk about fucking that up.
That's one sexy dude, man.
Man, I wanted to look like you.
Well, I look like Michael Jordan, so you're getting there.
Oh no.
I was told I resembled a
I
Big
doubt you.
Lebowski.
I doubt you look like Michael Jordan because it
Look
seems
at
to me,
look at the picture. Look at
it seems to me like you
we're
can
like
do.
twins.
It seems to me like you can do cartwheels under your bed.
That's not funny, okay?
I don't know. I'm laughing.
I'm laughing with you, not at you.
Nah, we're laughing at you, man.
You're laughing at me. You're laughing at me.
I'm pretty good with the comments, so you might want to watch it.
I do
Yeah.
look like Michael Jordan, though. He and I, we're like twins.
Oh.
Like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was a movie that was kind of hard to pull off. They pulled it off, but
So which one of you has the ability to pull your bottom lip over your head and swallow?
that would be my sister.
Well, I was gonna say it's probably not me, but I've tried on many occasions.
That's Carol Burnett.
I don't know. I paid somebody to do that to me a couple times.
Why? That's from Carol Burnett.
Me and my family and all my friends used to get together when we were kids and insult each other all the time, man.
You know where that came from.
What?
That pull the bottom lip over your head.
No.
Carol Burnett.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She did that one. She did that on TV. She said somebody said giving childbirth is like taking your bottom lip and pulling it up over your head.
Well, I'll tell you, she did not have it easy as a mom. You know, her daughter committed suicide.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I used to stay up every Saturday night when I was a little kid and watch Carol Burnett.
You know, I used to like some of the skits they did because I enjoyed it when they would try to get each other to break character.
Well, Tim Conway could make anybody laugh.
Right. Him and Harvey Korman, they would do things that, but Carol Burnett herself, I tell me I'm un-American, I don't care. I really never liked Carol Burnett.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah, you're not American.
Did you ever see the thing with the elephant that Tim Conway does?
Oh, yeah.
Finarky?
Yeah. Oh, I love Tim Conway. I think he's funny.
When I saw that the first time, I laughed so hard I was choking.
Oh, yeah.
He got them all lost.
Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of they were saying one time that they would go to writers' meetings and talk about the script, and they'd walk out of the writers' meeting and just throw the script away, basically say, "Fuck it, Lord."
Well, they knew because they knew he wouldn't stick to it.
Yeah, they kind of knew what was supposed to happen, but the whole thing was they weren't really sure, and just getting them to try to break character was.
It was fun. It was a fun show. I enjoyed it. I have great memories of it. I really do. I used to stay up on Saturday night when my sister was babysitting me, and she always let me stay up. I'm talking when I was like 7, 8 years old.
Yeah.
Remember how she used to, at the end of all of her shows, she used to pull her ear.
Yeah.
Right,
It
for
was
her
a
mom.
secret sign. Yep.
Yeah, it was her mom.
Yeah, exactly.
Mrs. O'Wiggins, when she played the secretary. Oh my God, I loved that character.
Remember how most comedy back then you had to like buy the record album and go to your friend's house, and that's how you.
You memorized the album, Steve
Oh
Martin.
yeah, I used to have 3 different Steve Martin albums memorized: Wild and Crazy Guy and the Let's Get Small album, and then there was another one that was like a pirate album that he did that he sold out of a nightclub. Yeah, I had all 3 of those albums memorized for fucking years.
We all did. We all did. You're my age.
Yeah, my wife and I's favorite song, that song that gives us the goosebumps, quite frankly, is King Tut, because I sang it to my wife in character during karaoke, so that became our song. I was really drunk, but if I go to karaoke, the only song that I will sing is King Tut, and I do dance. So
I used to like Basketball Jones.
Oh yeah, Basketball Jones.
I got a Basketball
But
Jones.
see, you can't really throw that humor out there much anymore because somebody's going to get offended. They don't take it for.
One of my favorite comedians is Rodney Dangerfield.
I liked his movies. I liked it when he did like Caddyshack and stuff like that. But I never saw him live. I heard his live show was like really dirty.
Oh, it's very dirty. I saw Buddy Hackett.
I was just gonna say, have you ever seen Buddy Hackett?
He is
whiz.
filthy.
If there's a God, this guy's going to fucking hell.
Oh my God.
Buddy Hackett was 130. Red Fox. Holy shit, we got a hold of old Red Fox albums when he used to play nightclubs. Oh shit, Red Fox was dirty as shit, man. That's where I heard the joke. What's the difference between meat and fish? You're not supposed to beat your fish, I've always remembered that joke, But a lot of people don't get it, It's like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, you ever beat your meat? No, man, never. I'm like, okay,
You ever hit it one time? He's doing his jokes, and some woman gets a little offended because he's cussing.
Yeah.
He says, "I get you to cuss. I'll take you out to the back and I'll slam your hand in the door, your hand in the door, and you'll say the whole routine."
I saw
Eric,
Buddy Hackett's son open up for him, and he was terrible.
Yeah.
And Buddy Hackett came out and did like 2.5 hours because he felt bad, and he was. I saw Don Rickles once.
Yeah.
Did you really?
He was hilarious. And
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what? He was brutal, but he wasn't dirty. He was really, really. He was.
Yeah.
He was so angry, but he's the sweetest guy you'll ever see in your life.
But see, a lot of times people would see them on TV. Like when I would see a lot of those guys on TV, like on those old variety shows, they did that corny humor. And that's why I didn't like them for so many years, is because it's like, oh, God, it's that, take my wife, please,
You know what? I met with a young man. I waited on a table that I waited on him in Boston. Yeah.
You know who? You guys know who I like? I don't know if you guys like him, but I like Bill Maher's comedy.
Yeah. I like Lewis Black.
I like Lewis Black.
Jim Jeffries.
Yeah, I wish Lewis Black would get involved sometimes. He's so laid back.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to learn to get a little excited.
Yes. He
Animated.
Doesn't know how to express himself.
No.
I
Have
really.
you guys ever seen Bo Burnham?
I've never heard of him.
Oh, he started out on YouTube.
Oh wow.
And now he has a show on Netflix, and it's really creative. It's really, really interesting, fun stuff.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to have to look that up. I just got done binge watching Orange is the New Black.
I found
That is so good.
I found a web series, I guess. It's Bane Hard. I posted something on my Google Plus about this is my new favorite show. It's Australian or something. It's a small town guy. There was a thing I posted too, like on Facebook, about how to be a weed dealer. If you saw that video, it's funny as shit. It's like trailer trash Australian style.
But you know
gear
what?
around
But you know what, Lobster? It's what you were saying before. Old Cheech and Chong, nobody
Oh, yeah.
knows about it anymore.
Oh yeah, the original Big Bamboo album.
Oh yeah, with the paper.
Came with a paper, and who didn't fucking get all their buddies' pot and roll the biggest joint you ever saw?
Yeah,
right?
we did
and,
it.
Yeah, and just it was a waste of pot. But but yeah, and I'd see people they'd go, oh, I got an original Big Bamboo album. And I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, yeah, but it's not complete. What do you mean? It came with a paper, right?
Right.
It had everything in it, the sleeves, everything, but it didn't have the paper. If you can find one with the paper, those things are actually worth money. You know?
Oh, I'm not surprised at that.
But I doubt seriously there's any left. You know.
Yeah,
nobody...
who's gonna roll with an album-sized paper?
We
nowadays,
did.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do it once, and that's was a novelty.
Oh yeah, a lot of people posted, like taped it up to their wall in their bedroom, or because people didn't collect things back then.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 50. I'm 55. I'll be 56 in December.
Okay. Bunch of kids.
So you're my brother's age. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. I was alive in the 50s for about 2 weeks. I remember the 50s well. I remember sock hops. I remember driving Daddy's 55 Chevy. I was alive in the 50s for 2 weeks.
My first memories are 1968.
My first memories are like 1965. We lived in a town with dirt roads.
Look at Paul with the horns on his head.
Yeah, we're gonna have to perform an exorcism on Paul.
He had a halo up there at first. I thought I was seeing things, but nope. He had a halo up there.
Oh,
so what were the old TV shows? What were the TV shows that you watched when you were kids? Really kids? I mean, like 10 or younger.
I didn't hear what you said because you kind of like phased out for a second.
When you were kids, like 10 years old or younger, what TV shows did you watch?
We had Mighty Mouse, we had Top Cat, we had Crusader Rabbit, we had Magilla Gorilla.
What about
Rocky
like Courtship of Eddie's Father?
Bugs Bunny, the superhero cartoons.
The Gilligan's Island.
You know what? I was not allowed to watch Gilligan's Island, I Love Lucy, or The Monkees because that was just shitty TV according to my parents. So I didn't start watching Gilligan's Island until they went into reruns. Yeah, and I had my own 12-inch black and white TV in my room with aluminum foil and wires hanging everywhere.
What about like Courtship of Eddie's Father?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Girl, Love American Style.
Love American Style. Yeah, that was like risky TV back then.
Gillis.
Yeah, that's.
And Laughing.
Yeah, that was Bob Denver.
Remember Laughing?
Oh yeah, Laughing. That was. Oh man, that was.
Laughing.
Those goddamn
that had
hippies.
Tim Conway on it too. Remember he used to ride the little tricycle and fall over.
No, that was Henry. No, that was Henry Wilson.
Laughing was Rowan and Martin's Laughing. They had Goldie Hawn and
right. Martin Laughing.
Yeah.
I got them two confused.
We couldn't watch. We couldn't watch Rowan and Martin's Laughing because that was hippie propaganda. We learned that. I went to a Lutheran school.
That's true.
And yeah. We. Oh my God! If they found out you watched Rowan and Martin's Laughing. Oh my God! You had to like do extra Bible study and shit.
Well, Smothers Brothers.
Smothers Brothers, same thing. They were wholesome comedy until they started getting political, and by the time they got taken off the air, that show was not on at our house. But we did watch Hee Haw.
We got to watch anything.
Same here. I saw my first.
McHale's Navy.
Yeah.
McHale's Navy.
See, I wasn't emancipated with television back then until I got my first black and white 12-inch TV with aluminum foil and the rabbit ears and everything.
What about the Brady Bunch?
Oh yeah. It was. Remember, it was the Brady Bunch. Then they had that one show that was in between that only lasted like a year or two. It was there was three. It was the Brady Bunch, and then there was the Ghost and Mrs. Muir or something like that, and then it was the Partridge Family.
Oh,
You know,
Yeah.
it was three shows. You know,
The Partridge, Room 222.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was like
Room-
hit TV. You know.
The
only reason why
Monkeys. Remember the
Only
Monkeys had a show?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
that was funny, but I could not stake those other shows. No. Brady Bunch, no, kill me first, please.
Well, that was, you know, the 70s, man.
It was this. You're right.
Yeah, but pretty much when you were watching a lot of that stuff, that was rerun. I was watching the originals.
Oh, so was I. I mean, I remember when it was the original. I mean, I remember when the Flintstones used to come on Wednesday night at 8, you know, and was sponsored by Winston, you know,
Yeah,
black
they
and
had
white, you know.
You know, they were smoking cigarettes in the commercials, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember? And you
Oh, yeah, 'cause they could claim anything.
whole thing.
Yeah.
My parents used to let me watch anything when I was a kid. They didn't care. I watched my first horror movie when I was 8 years old. Matter of fact, I saw 2 horror movies when I was 8 years old. One of them was A Nightmare on Elm Street, and then the other one was a horror movie called Rawhead Rex. It was about a pagan demon. And
Oh, Pat Robinson. Okay.
Remember Saturday afternoon, they'd have something like, Saturday afternoon, they'd have like creature feature, you know, like monster movies or old Japanese
Yeah.
monster movies.
or USA's Up All Night with
Hey,
Gilbert.
we're talking about
Gottfried.
cable.
Huh?
We're
What?
talking before cable.
Yeah, that's when
USA
everybody
was
only had a couple of channels.
Cable.
Yeah, we're talking
Oh.
way before cable.
Well, that was before my time then. Sorry.
Yeah, back when there was 3 networks and then there was a whole bunch of UHF stations.
Yep, there was
Yeah.
UHF.
ABC, NBC, CBS, and then you had one UHF.
Yeah, and like in
No,
Los
you-
Angeles,
We
you
had
also had
two.
Los Angeles. You also had Channel 9 and Channel 13, which were, for all intents
I
and
was
purposes,
lucky. I was lucky. I'm from Detroit, so we had CBC.
the what?
CBC, Canada.
Oh,
So we had
Well-
Canadian.
I was in Levittown, PA, and you can get New York channels sometimes, especially at night.
Mm.
my parents were the last ones to hold out against cable. It'll never last. I'm never going to end up paying for TV. Yeah, that's just, you know, there's plenty of good network TV on. Look,
Well, you know
Merv
where
Griffin's
cable.
on.
Yeah, but you know where cable TV started out at. That was out in the areas where they couldn't afford to have, you know, like any kind of channels to speak of. Because
Well,
I was stationed in South Dakota, and they said, "Oh, we're going to get cable TV in here, you know, at the base." I said, "What the hell is that?" And then, like I said, they were pumping in from the city I am now in Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, when the sun went down, TV almost went off. After the Tonight Show, that was it. When the Tonight Show went off, this thing
They would do
called
the Star
static.
Spangled Banner.
Yeah. Then there's a thing called static.
I remember Saturday morning sitting there with a bowl of cereal watching a damn test screen
Cartoons.
for about a half an hour before cartoons came on.
I remember that too. I think
Oh,
you're
yeah.
only a year older than I am.
Yeah, fuck yeah, that was the day off, man. Get up
Yeah, they don't have.
4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, man, just to watch cartoons.
Well, I got 10 years on you guys, so imagine how it was back in my pyramid time.
Ooh. Did they have talkies back then?
No talking. What are you talking? What's a speaker? I never heard of a speaker. What's a speaker? What does that do?
We've got this magic picture machine here.
Hey, listen, my parents.
You know, I was one of those science deniers on so many levels, not in a religious aspect, you know, but I remember when I was a freshman in high school in 1975, this guy came into our class, right? It was actually my math class, right, which I got a C on it only because I think my teacher felt sorry for me. But anyway, he would have actually people come in and speak sometimes about stuff. You know, he was kind of a progressive guy. And we had this guy come in one time and talk about computers. And in 1975, a computer, I don't know, as much as my laptop right here, would be in a giant building, right? And this guy was trying to tell us, right, that one day they're going to have computers so small, they'll be like those little black and white 12-inch TVs you have in your bedroom right now with the rabbit ears. And I was one of those kids. A lot of the kids were like, wow, that's amazing, you know? And I'm one of those kids going, yeah, that's fucking bullshit, you know? So, yeah, I was like, how the fuck are they going to do that? Look how big they're, how the fuck are they going to get that into there, you know? So, yeah, I was behind the 8 ball on so many levels as a kid. You know, school was a social experiment for me. So when a lot of these things started happening, you know, I was like, well, I guess I was wrong. But it was the 70s, man.
Yep.
We were too worried about looking stupid in fucking leisure suits and shit like that.
Platform shoes.
Oh, man, I had 8-inch fucking platform shoes, man. Don't kid me, man. I was bad as a motherfucker in that. I had a powder blue fucking leisure suit with the big collar and with the shirt and the ruffles in the front and all that shit. Yeah, that was cool. There were pictures of that for a while that surfaced back around 1988. My parents sent me one, and I showed it to my wife at the time, and then I tore up the picture. I was like, this is just something that should be never seen again. Not one of my proudest moments.
Yeah, but that's how everybody was back then.
Yeah, I know, but it was like right after it went out of fashion, people were like denying that they had, remember that? Remember when leisure suits, right when they went out of fashion? All of a sudden people were denying that they ever wore one?
Yes.
Wait a second. Leisure suits went out of fashion? Wow.
Not according to my father. Yeah. But the 70s did help me learn about drugs.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah,
I learned about cars in the 70s.
Yeah, and once again, you learned something in the 70s. You know, I learned about drugs and just fucking off.
When I was a kid, I learned about drugs and parties.
Yeah. Then I was 18 and I went to Germany in the Army, and I'm like, you mean I can go to a bar and drink? 2.5 years later, man, I was fucking. I don't think I went 3 days without ever being sober.
Watching Cheech and Chong. I just posted it.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when Up in Smoke first came out. Remember that? That. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah, that was just.
Did you guys see From Dusk Till Dawn?
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah, well,
Did you see how funny Cheech was in there?
yeah, well, I just posted from Up in Smoke where the woman comes into the kitchen and snorts the
She
Ajax.
starts it up.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's why I haven't posted right now, the video.
I remember that.
Yeah, she did
How about
that.
when you're driving
I
over-
lost it. I
over the-
lost it.
That was funny.
I was like that.
How
Man,
are-
you just ate the most acid I've ever seen anybody eat in my life.
We already knew what they were going to say from the album.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it was coined.
Sergeant Stadenko.
Oh yeah. Remember Sister Mary Elephant?
Oh, my class!
How many teachers got heckled? Substitute teachers especially got heckled by Sister Mary Elephant jokes. That if there was ever a time to feel sorry for a substitute teacher, that was the time. Because not that there was really an excuse to not make fun of substitute teachers.
Never.
I mean, I made a few cry myself, but
Young man in the front row, please give me that knife.
thank you. Hey, but Maggie, don't you remember those presentations where they would open up that case and it had the glass, and they would show you what a barbiturate or a penny, or they had all these names for all this stuff, and they would show you a marijuana cigarette. That's a joint, a Mary Jane. I've never heard it called Mary Jane. Yeah, you go to your pot dealer and say, I'd like to purchase some Mary Jane today, that was just something that never would come out of your mouth,
Hell no, because they'd know you were a narc then.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember joints used to go for like 50 cents a piece?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could get, sometimes, man, you could get a lunch bag full of pot for like $5, man, depending on where you are. I mean, then it was like fingers and, lids and all that shit. Now it's fucking grams,
I know, it's ridiculously expensive.
Lid. I was in Thailand. I walked into one of the cubicles, one in the barracks overseas, and a guy had one of those lids from the potato chips, the big can. It was heaped with brass.
Wow.
I walked in that room. I'm in the service. I'm not going to. Nope. Bye. Every so often they would bring the dogs through to see if they can find pot.
Hey, look, when I was in Germany, when I got to Germany, my first sergeant, my chief of firing battery, I was in the artillery, and our gunnery sergeant, all three of them told me flat out, right? You're a recruit until you get busted for either or drugs and alcohol, and go to CDAC, which was the Community Drug and Alcohol, group meetings, or as they called them back then, rap groups, you were considered basically not good enough until you got busted once, right? So I did, and that was also about the time where they started getting a little bit more serious about drug testing and stuff. But it was still easy as shit to beat a drug test back then, especially at one point. I was the guy who was in charge of drug testing, and for a small fee, you could change, because they would go by the last number of somebody's social security number, right? And then you got to pick 5 people, right? And somebody would say, hey, man, we got fucked up the other night, man. Can you, give it to somebody else? And if you knew the guy, somehow you didn't have to take a P test, Now it kind of works a little bit different, but leave it to fucking me to bring up drug culture and fucking hang out.
It's okay.
Marco, in the side chat, I put the link in the side chat there. If you want to come in, go ahead. I put the link there. You should be able to see it. Yeah, some guy was wanting to know, Marco was wanting to know if he could have the link, and I just put it in there. So.
All right. What TV show was Link from?
Link?
Yep.
Lancelot.
The Mod Squad.
Secret Chimp. Oh.
No, the Mod Squad with Julie, Link, and I forgot the other guy's name.
Remember Lancelot, Secret Chimp?
I don't know, but it might have been local.
No, it was a national thing. It was a bunch of monkeys that dressed up like in tuxedos, and they were like secret agents. Yeah, it was Lancelot, Secret Chimp.
That was a Saturday morning thing.
Yeah.
I remember that.
We wasted our childhood, man. We had good cartoons.
We did have better cartoons. They have no cartoons now.
Well, they still have pretty good cartoons.
Now they do?
Well, it depends on what kind you like. I mean, I don't know what kind of cartoons do you like.
Dude, if I didn't have Schoolhouse Rock, I would have known nothing about government or 3 is the magic number, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The preamble I would not have known if it was not for Schoolhouse Rock.
Well, that and the history one they had too. Back then they taught you that Abraham Lincoln was an honest guy, and he lived in a log cabin, and then he became president. And before that, he had a debate with Douglas, and then he freed the slaves, and then somebody shot him. That was pretty much Abraham Lincoln in a nutshell when I was in school, you know. George Washington chopped down a cherry tree. He was the father
He
of our
never
country.
lied.
Yeah, never lied. Yeah.
I've never lied either.
You know, Christopher Columbus, you know. Matter of fact, oh man, I pissed a teacher off when it became kind of like a known fact that there were people in America before Christopher Columbus came here, you know. But it wasn't like widely talked about. You know, people say, oh, you know, the Vikings may have come there first, right? I just brought up the idea to a teacher one time. Well, how could Christopher Columbus have discovered America if there were already people there when he got there? You know? And, oh my God, the teacher just went fucking nutso on me, you know, that I didn't understand history and all this shit. And, you know, I was just like, how could he have discovered something that was, some people were already there, you know? How is that discovering something? It's because people are there, you know? It already exists, you know?
Well, it's like Franklin discovering electricity.
Oh, yeah. That was pretty much taught as fact, you know? He held a kite, you know?
No. He did not discover. He just proved that lightning and electricity were the same phenomenon.
No, we were told Benjamin Franklin basically discovered electricity. That's what was in, yeah.
Not when I was in school.
We were, yeah, we pretty much were.
No.
I went to a Lutheran school.
It just wasn't very accurate. It wasn't very precise.
California history, basically, we learned about the missions, you know, and the Cabrillo and those guys, the explorers that, you know, landed in San Diego, you know. That was pretty much it. The missions and the explorers, you know. Not about the people that actually lived in California at the time, or, you know, they were indigenous, you know. Because we all know all the Mexicans came after we closed the border, you know. That's how the Mexicans got to California. They're all illegal. But yeah, it was history was like really watered down back then. Civil War was a chapter or two, the beginning and the end, you know. Nothing, anything like it is today, you know.
I'll be right back again.
I'm going to leave him soon.
Speaking of the Civil War, I've heard somewhere, I believe I heard it from Iron Raw. He mentioned how the history textbooks in Texas are washing out a lot of the historical stuff regarding the Civil War and the.
Oh yeah.
I've heard that, and I looked it up, and it just blows my mind that they'd actually take a history book and, in a sense, take a black marker and get rid of a lot of the stuff.
Well, they're using Moses as one of the founding fathers, you know. Yeah. I mean, they're putting shit in there that's just not true. They're watering down to make white Republican Jesus Christianity, you know, America version of government, you know, or of history, you know, because America's never done anything wrong. We've always been on the side of right, you know.
So what happens when these kids go to college?
They get a D.
Yeah, a D or F.
Yeah.
These bastards don't realize how they're screwing over their kids.
Well, you know, that's why when you see these videos of these young Earth creationists that go to college and take a biology course or take some kind of science class, right? And then, you know, you'll get them and they'll be all full of vim and vigor and they're going to challenge their professor. I mean, they're all over YouTube, right? You know, if evolution is true, then you know, how can, and they get something out of a Kent Hovind handbook or some shit like that, and yeah, they get a D or they drop out of class for personal beliefs, you know, persecution or some shit because they're not teaching the controversy, you know.
Well, one of the things that I had a problem with Eric Owen, well, there's many, to be honest.
Well, he's a cunt to start off with, you know.
But he goes, if evolution is true, then child molestation and baby rape are okay.
Yeah, and see, that's where I'm going with it. I've been telling about this whole, those who seem to want to accuse, you know, look how many Christians, you know, talk about the evils of homosexuality. It turns out they've been butt-fucking a guy for years, you know. Talk about evil, you know, homosexuality and drug use, you know. Meth-infused, you know, gay love, you know. Ted Haggard, you know, totally not gay, you know. Yeah, but Jimmy Swaggart, you know, all he wanted to do was, you know, get a hooker, you know. I don't find anything personally wrong with that, you know. And if he wouldn't have been the kind of guy he was, you know, he wouldn't have had to go on TV and, oh, I've sinned against you, oh Lord, you know, because he's got that fucking, you know, loophole, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even Jim Baker's back, you know.
Yeah, he is.
He's nuttier than ever, you know. People will sit and see, that's how they can recreate themselves. A lot of people don't remember Jim Baker because they weren't old enough, you know. Just like a lot of people had never heard of Brett Keane 6 months ago, but he's been around YouTube forever, you know. Oh, I just heard about him, you know, last week, you know, or you know, G-Man, you know, been around for the longest time, you know, and you know, 4 years, something like that. You know, it's still, you get people that go, you know, I never really even heard of him until I saw some videos, and he's not even on the internet no more, you know. Everything gets recycled, you know. By the way, I've been trying out a new flavor of Lay's potato chips tonight.
Oh,
This is called New York Reuben. And actually, for a while, I wasn't quite convinced, but it actually does taste like I'm eating a fucking Reuben sandwich right now.
You're damn right. I was
Yeah.
at my sister's. Remember, I was in Massachusetts last
Yeah.
week. Remember?
Yep.
And that's the first time I tried those.
Yeah. I also have,
back in Florida, I can't find them.
on top of my fridge, I also have biscuits and gravy. I am just, you know what? I might even go open those up right now. Just, but,
no oral orgasms here, please.
well, no, not quite that. You know, I mean, I don't, you know, I don't have my meatball sub or my chicken parm, you know, or something like that, you know, or chili dogs. You know, fuck eating healthy.
I do. You know, I don't even like chips, but those Reuben chips are good.
Oh, aren't they?
Yes. They're killer.
All right. I'm going to bed, guys. I'll catch you later.
But you know what,
Paul.
though?
All right,
good.
Paul. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you all.
Hi, Paul. I also have Alka-Seltzer, always available.
I have a question for you, guys. What do you guys think about this whole Cecil situation, Cecil the Lion?
I hope he gets prosecuted.
Same here.
You know, I don't care if people hunt. You know, if they eat what they cook. You know, other than like wild animals, who eats lion? You know, if it would have, I don't know, prize hunting for conservation's sake. That's kind of since when is shooting endangered species conserving an animal?
Well, I'll tell you what he did. He ruined his career.
Oh yeah. Did you see that video of the amount of people who are outside of his dentist's office?
Yep.
And now even the country of Nigeria or wherever that country was, they want him extradited.
Yeah.
See, that's what he gets for bragging about it, you know, throwing it up on Facebook.
He just killed one of their precious lions, so I don't imagine him getting away with it.
Well,
No, me neither.
some people took to Twitter, from what I understand, and they dock dropped his ass.
Oh yeah, I see many prison gangbangs in his future.
The latest thing. Hold on a second. Excuse me.
You know, eating in a hangout is pretty disrespectful, man. I would never eat during a hangout because eating during a hangout is just like totally disrespectful, Quiet. I would never eat during a hangout. Okay? I just want to let you know that. I just want to go on record by saying that I find eating during a hangout totally, sorry.
The latest thing I learned about it is that Zimbabwe wants him to go back so they can prosecute him.
Oh yeah. And if they
I
don't,
think he should be prosecuted.
I think there should be a GoFundMe page to help pay for his plane ticket. I'm sure they could fly him back in, I don't know, in a crate somewhere down in the cargo bin, you know, duct taped up, you know, with a ball gag in his mouth. With this, I don't know, no.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not too many people that are really defending him. But there will be, don't worry. Ted Nugent's come out and defended him.
Did he really? Well,
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm really not surprised.
What did you expect?
Was.
Yeah, that's pretty, you know. Like I said, I don't mind when people hunt, you know, and people think I hate guns completely. That I personally, I don't like guns, but if somebody, like when I lived in a rural area, a lot of people had guns because it took a long time for the police to get there, and they actually told people, they say, you know, it might be a good idea if you had a shotgun, because at times it could take 3 days for the police to get out to where you live. You know, like where I live here, you know, I know people that have guns. They walk around with them. You know, they have open carry. I'm like, what? And it's like, you know, it's, you know, personal protection. I'm like, what the fuck are you afraid of? You know, what do you think is going to happen to you? Right? It's my constitutional right. I was like, well, you've got the right to do a lot of things that you don't do on an everyday basis. What is it about, you know, and then they get on the whole militia thing, and like, you do understand that our government has nuclear weapons too, right? You know, we have drones, you know, we can kill people from miles, you know, hundreds of miles away, you know, and you've got an AK-47 or a 9mm pistol, you know. So if the government was going to come after your gun, which they're not, you'd still be fucked, you know. Yeah, I hunting, I get it, you know, but other than that, ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I hope they prosecute his ass, man, quick.
Yeah, but
Definitely.
you know what? In the end, what do you think the maximum he's going to get?
I have no idea.
I mean, they just got a guy out here, you know, somebody did some really shitty things to a dog, right? He got arrested. He's been made up, you know, everybody, you know, knows who he is, been on the news, stuff like that. But in the end, you know, you get like you know, a lot of times you find maximum penalty is not much more than slap on the wrist, you know, maximum penalty. You get fined up to $1,000 or 60 days in jail, and they get fined $100, you know, and told, you know, you can't own a pet again, you know. So this will be more serious because it's a different country, and you know they view their animals differently and stuff like that. But I hope he gets a ton of jail time.
Definitely.
In that country, in those countries, you go to jail for a long time for less shit than that, man. You know, when he goes to prison, they're gonna find out how much gay people are in after Zimbabwe prisons. As much as they tell you homosexuality is a sin. He's gonna find out that there's a lot of sinning fucking prisoners.
Yep. I hope they nail him with so much fines, man, he'll go broke.
Oh yeah, like I said, his life, for all intents and purposes, his ability to practice his craft, dentistry, is pretty well gone. He's not gonna, maybe some small town in, Podunk, Iowa, or middle of the road place in Arizona, might hire him. He could, start up a fledgling little practice, but his money making days are over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. I hope he stays in whatever prison they assign him to for a long time, because whenever someone kills an endangered animal like that, it disturbs the natural order of things. Like if you kill the leader of the cub, which I think the lion is the leader of the cub, that will cause the other cubs to attack and kill each other.
Yeah.
Sorry, you go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish your point.
Sorry. Anyways, when people disturb the natural order of things, like killing the leader of the pack, it makes the situation far worse, because this is an endangered animal we're talking about, and the moment when you start killing those things, that makes it harder for the species to get back on its own feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Fiction Fighter brought up a good point in the comments.
How come I can't see her chat?
Yeah, I know, man. I'm so jealous.
Oh, I use a separate browser to see the chat.
Oh, okay.
He said that it's only a matter of time before they start using humans as game.
Fiction Fighter is a female.
Oh, okay. I apologize, Fiction Fighter. Sorry about that. Yeah, but that's what she basically said. Because eventually, probably humans are going to get bored. You know what I mean?
Well, there's been instances of people that actually go human hunting.
They're gonna get some homeless people off the streets and want to do that stupid shit. Watch one of these days.
Oh yeah. There's Green River Killer. Go after prostitutes and people that quote unquote won't be missed. Look how many unsolved missing people things there are all the time. Shoot, when I first moved to Oregon, I learned about the I-5 corridor. In Oregon, there's a lot of people that took rides with truckers, and were never seen again. That are like, every once in a while you'll still see a poster up, that show Unsolved Mysteries has a couple that center right about where I used to live, not too far, very rural area, forests and stuff. People, come up missing all the time,
Actually, Anne Rule, that just recently passed away, she was a big crime writer. She wrote about a lot of crime. As a matter of fact, she worked with Ted Bundy.
Oh, wow.
They both worked at a crisis center together, and she's the one that wrote Stranger Beside Me, which was about Ted Bundy. But anyway, she wrote about that I-5 corridor. And how a lot of serial killers actually use that corridor there.
Yeah, you go right off the freeway in so many areas, man. You're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, big body dump there.
Yeah, you won't be found, or you won't be found for sometimes decades. When I first moved to Oregon, there was this girl they I don't know, somebody just came upon these remains of this girl. I moved there in '99, the end of '99. Like the beginning of 2000, they found the remains, and it turned out to be this girl that had disappeared from front of a store like 25 years earlier. And they actually had enough evidence to arrest the guy that they thought had done it all along. But without the body, they had nothing, you know. And but yeah, they found 25 years. There's it doesn't happen all the time, but you'll hear every once in a while some people will be out in the woods and they'll come across bones, hikers, campers, because that area of the country too has a lot of a transient population.
Exactly.
You go on the West Coast, go through Oregon, there's on the side of the freeway, there's always people that have a sign out that said they're going to Portland, or they're coming from Portland, they're going down to LA. There are a lot of people that will never be missed, So-and-so ran away years ago. We haven't heard from him since,
I'm telling you, I know that's a big body dump and a place to pick people up and kill people.
Yeah.
It's known for it.
Yeah. And then you see some of the backwards-ass cop police that they have out there. It's a fucking shame.
It's still like that?
Oh, crap. Before I left Grants Pass, the county had actually, the voters had actually voted to defund the entire sheriff's department.
Holy shit.
The only sheriff left was the guy that they had elected. His name was Gil Gilbert, and he was the guy that actually answered the phone after that. You had to rely on the Grants Pass City Police, which was a lot of times nothing more than auxiliary police department, but usually you'd have to depend on the state police, for anything, because there was no. I lived there one time for about 2 years. For all intents and purposes, there was no police department in Grants Pass.
Holy shit!
Because people didn't want to, they said, "Look, we got no money, right?" And the people were like, "Well, we gave you money, we're not going to raise any taxes. Fuck you." And I guess they didn't think that the sheriff's department would actually shut down, but it did. There were times where the only thing they had was the auxiliary, volunteer, I could have been a cop, people. That was the only time you.
It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
That's why a lot of people out there own guns. Because, so often, you make a phone call that doesn't really mean a whole lot of anything, They'll tell you flat out it's going to be 3 days before we can get a police officer to your house,
And then by then,
oh, yeah.
You got flies circling the corpse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And see, that's what things like stand your ground laws were supposed to be for, where people in those situations where, it comes to a point where you have to be able to defend yourself. You have to have some right, of justifiable homicide, or what do you want to call it, right? Not for these people, to pick fights with young kids because their music is playing it too loud, And then when you get offended, you go, well, I was in fear for my life,
Well,
so
that's totally abusing that.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
But that's what they tell people to do. As soon as it gets to a conflict, all you got to do is yell, claim that you're in fear for your life, and that tells a lot of people that they have the right then to start shooting, because they said that they were in fear for their life,
Yeah.
So, you've never been in fear for your life if you're going to act that fucking quick,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You just got your feelings hurt, Some punk kid told you to shut the fuck up,
It's scary. We have that law here,
Where do you live?
Florida.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
You know that.
Yeah,
You know it.
You and Michelle Lolo, man, with the Weird Florida thing on Facebook. I love that page. I love just watching her Facebook feed. You know, between her love for coffee and just not caring if she offends people and just the shit, all the weird Florida stuff. I love her just feed. I just like to just scroll down and see everything that she, you know.
I know.
But yeah, my in-laws they go to Florida every winter. They're snow bunnies, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
around here.
snowbirds. They
Yeah,
call them.
and they go out there for a few months, and my mother-in-law would call up, and she goes, every time you turn on the news, somebody's got shot. She goes, there's guns everywhere. And I told her, I said, you ought to check out a website called Weird Florida. You know, I said, this girl on Facebook got me into this. I said, there's weird shit all the time in Florida. I said, it's not that safe retirement vacation community that it used to be, you know.
Well, you know, in the area I am, it's predominantly, it's pretty safe because I live in, it's the oldest continuous settlement in the United States, and it's very protective. Now, 30 miles around us, either way, it's very high crime. But this area here, not so much.
Is it more of like northern Florida,
Yeah.
like the Panhandle? That's mostly the okay.
It's not the Panhandle. This is the east coast of Florida, but it's almost into Georgia.
Yeah.
We're actually 35 miles south of Jacksonville, and Jacksonville is horrible.
Yeah.
That's like the murder capital of Florida right there. I'm about 35 miles from there. But we are like in a bubble here. It's very, very protective.
Yeah.
Very protective and very touristy.
Yeah.
We have the Queen of Spain coming in. Yeah, because this was a Spanish settlement, and they're having the 450th anniversary coming up in September.
Well, I've noticed in your little picture there, you are raising that pinky with your beard just a little bit. So, you know, that's what, I don't know. When foreign dignitaries or the Queen, you know, I don't know, the whole royal family thing and stuff. To me, I could give two shits about. I mean, they're making that thing about the Pope coming over here,
right?
And I'm like, I don't know. I don't understand the fascination with foreign royalty. You know.
Well, I'm not into it. It's the town I live in. Remember, I wasn't born and raised here. I've been here 12 years.
Oh.
Hey, Mackie.
From New York, so. Yeah.
Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you look up on Google Plus? Can you look up a guy by the name of Marco Antonio Brizuela and give him the link to this hangout? Because I sent him multiple invites. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know what the heck's going on here.
All right. Let me get on to my plus here.
He has a avatar of Ferris Bueller.
Okay, what is his name now?
Marco Antonio Brizuela.
Tell him he's got to bring his own beer.
Antonio is A-N-T...
O-N-I-O.
And that's Brizuela?
Yeah, B-R-I-Z.
Yeah.
U-E-L-A. It's either there or on YouTube. I'm not sure because I can't find him anywhere. I don't know what the heck's going on. Unless I'm typing something wrong, I don't know. And I've sent him invites right from the Hangout, but for some reason he's not getting them.
Tell him to go on your Google Plus page or your Facebook or YouTube page because the link's right there.
It is. It's right out in the open on your.
Yeah. Tell him to go.
Page.
Yeah. If he's there, just go to Quiet Atheist page.
Yeah, because I put the link in the comment section, the side chat, but he said he still can't get in. I don't know.
It's a picture of the bald guy. So, do you just don't like hair at all, or is it because it's hot, or
Who?
you? No. Quiet. You
What?
just. Did you shave your head because it's summertime, or do you always go around bald normally?
I don't like long hair.
Oh, we're like opposites, man. I see you doing that though, and I kind of remember one time when I got really drunk and I let a bunch of people shave my head for a fucking half a gallon of tequila, you know. So if you guys go get
your head for a half a gallon of tequila?
Yeah, see, I was in the Army and I got busted. I got busted for smoking pot, so I was restricted to the barracks and I was on extra duty, and I was like really pissed. So I was like, well, if they're gonna treat me, I was hammered, and we ran out of liquor, right? And I was yelling, if they're gonna treat me like a convict, I might as well look like a convict, right? And I told these guys, I said, if you guys go get a half a gallon of tequila, I'll let you guys shave my head. And these guys left the room, and they came back with about 5 half gallons of liquor, all sorts of scissors and disposable razors and all sorts of shit, and they fucked my head up good. And then I got in trouble for that too, because I looked like a cancer patient.
Yeah.
The next morning, I had patches all over my head. It was actually pretty funny, but the Army didn't think so. So then I got busted again. And
I wonder
extra duty.
why is the link not working for him?
Well, I figured out how to put it in the description, so I'm putting it in the description right now.
Yeah, and plus it's right in your chat.
I think maybe that the Freemasons have gotten a hold of Quiet and they're blocking it.
You did not just say that.
Maggie, I was in a hangout with a guy. I wish I could explain what colonelism is, because you can't even look it up. You have to find a blog that's
it won't let me copy your link.
Yeah, I was in Keefe's, the Elite Fighters hangout, and this guy was talking about colonelism. It's a religion based on the Confederacy, magic, and corn.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you. And me and Sean were like really just flustered, and it got into the Battle of Antietam, and the battle in the cornfield, and somehow that's some kind of mythological thing or some spiritual thing, and the fact that Robert E. Lee saw a girl in a yellow dress and stuff, and it was just one of the most bizarre hangouts. If I ever get this link again, I got to share it with you. What it is, it's a joke. We've come to the conclusion this is some kind of experiment, to see how many people they can get to believe something or whatever.
Okay. Secular Lobster.
I'm sorry for yelling. Why?
No, hold on one second. For anybody that's watching, I put the link in the description down below. All you have to do is go all the way to the bottom of the description where I have it and click on the link to come in. It's there.
It is also in the chat area. Because that's how I got back in.
Yeah.
Was I went to your chat and it worked. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed that you haven't attracted any fundies or flat earthers tonight there, Quiet.
Well,
I'm in kind of a feisty mood,
Well, I think
I'm in a feisty mood.
Hey, Secular Lobster. I think I've already had one because I already got a dislike on my video hangout. So.
Oh, that one you did the other night, I was actually proud of you, man. I heard you actually going at somebody, and I was like, you know what? Quiet is growing up. He is. Don't look at me like that. I was actually. I heard that, and I was like, good for him. I was giving you a fist bump in the air, just.
Yeah. Okay, Antonio, you're finally in. Did the link finally work?
Yep.
That'll
Was
work.
it worth it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it in the description.
He sounds higher than I am, man. Yeah.
So if Sinus, you're still out there, come on in, man. The link's in the description.
You look terrifying.
Who, me?
No, not you, Antonio.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Antonio, all I could see is
Black.
reflection of sunglasses, looks like.
Yeah. To me, that looks terrifying.
I'm scared. Somebody hold me.
Grant, did you just say that looks terrifying, you with your mask? That's hilarious.
Oh, hold on. There's someone else that's wanting to get in that's having difficulty getting in. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix it.
Oh, there's Antonio. Hello, Antonio.
What's up?
Let me see.
Do you speak French?
No.
Good. Neither do I.
There's that handsome face.
Let's see here. Fix this for him real quick.
Looks like Grant had fun with paper mache making that mask.
He did make that mask, too. That's his own creation.
Yeah, it took a long time.
Was it
Living on Wait,
paper
what?
mache?
Well, actually, it's tinfoil and the rest is paper mache, but half of it's tinfoil. And
Yeah.
you don't believe how many times I've formed it, and any time I left it on the table, it would smush on itself over its weight.
Yeah. I tried doing paper mache one time, a couple times, like in summer camp or like rec stuff when I was a kid, and yeah, my shit never. I was lucky to make a paper mache ball. You know, that's pretty much all anything ever turned up being. You know.
Okay, Fiction Fighter. The link is in the description. It should be the right one that you were talking about. Go ahead and click on it and come in. It's at the bottom of the description. You got to go through all the links that I've provided in there to the bottom, and then click on the bottom one.
Oh, she's going to come in.
Oh,
Yay.
great! Now we're gonna have two women in. We're not gonna be able to use. We're not gonna be able to use curse words and stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
Maggie seems like a kind of girl that knows how to burp and fart when it's appropriate. You know.
And it's appropriate a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see if it works for her this time. Just let's see.
Fiction Fighter.
Oh, Fiction Fighter, have you tried yet? And she's just laughing her ass off, saying she's just listening.
Oh, she's not going to come in?
Oh, I thought she was going to come in.
I thought
Come
she was
on,
going to come in.
join the soiree.
Join us. Come on.
We have cookies and snacks.
We have cookie and reality. Maybe not so much reality. But we do have cookies.
Yep. I've got some chocolate yogurt pretzels left over. Oh, you can't see me. They're actually pretty good. That's about as healthy as I get, you know.
I want those damn chips.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
Those are awesome.
Darn,
And I'm
I'm
not a
getting
chip
hungry
eater.
again.
Do what?
Yeah, there she is.
Yay! She's joined us.
I knew I'd finally
God
get it.
damn it! You talked me into it, for fuck's sakes.
Well, hey,
You guys fucking do it at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
These goddamn atheists and their fucking foul language, man. You know, this is what
Oh,
gives
yeah.
fucking atheists. This is what gives atheists a fucking bad name, man. You know, I'm really fucking pissed off at people that give atheists a bad fucking name. God damn it. And I'm not going to stand for it anymore. You know, so I'd appreciate it if you'd watch your...
Shut your hole and know your role.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, Maggie, high five.
no,
How did you know I was female, by the way?
I
We
know
were-
you were female.
know your role, jabroni.
That's because I ratted you out.
Yeah, you ratted me out, you bitch.
I would have never known, you know.
Hey, how was work tonight?
Oh, hold on a sec. I'm hearing it all over again. One sec. I got. There we go. Hello.
How was work?
Oh, exhausting. Have you and I talked before?
I'm Maggie later.
Oh shit. Hey, finally. You tricked me.
I didn't know you didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know.
And now you know.
Awesome. That's totally awesome.
That's kind of about how you introduced yourself to me on Facebook, Maggie.
Yeah.
When you go, hey, Patrick, it's me, Magulator, like this and this. I was like, I know that, you know. I kind of figured that part out, you know.
I was
but,
looking at her picture and I wasn't sure. I have seen you in pictures, but you look a little different with that beer bottle there. That is a beer bottle, right?
Licking the beer bottle.
She's ready for
Is that how
action
you
in
lick
that
it,
picture.
too?
No, it's actually a cock that looks like a beer bottle.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is that a new kind of fucking tool there?
Dude, chicks talking dirty, man. There's nothing hotter than that.
You can't have the fiction fighter on and not have a little dirty talk now.
That's
right.
I'm a free spirit. No, not spirit. Just a free fucking Canadian girl.
That's right.
That's right. So, yeah. Oh, what a fucking night.
So what kind of work do you do?
I'm a personal support worker in my community.
Oh, like a...
Nursing care.
Oh, okay. So you're probably ready for a drink when you get off work, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yep, but I didn't get one tonight.
Yeah, I'm not drinking either.
Yeah.
I'm doing coffee.
I'm putting in 11-hour days, and I can't be doing that in between those 11-hour days.
No.
It would ruin me.
That's why I just smoke pot, man.
Mm-hmm. Good
I
stuff.
avoid hangovers that way.
Yeah, that's smart. Very smart.
I get extra hungry sometimes.
Lots
but,
of water. Lots of water.
Oh, yeah.
I'm drinking milk right now.
What kind of milk?
Vitamin D.
Good.
Vitamin D milk.
That's the best stuff
What animal
ever.
does it come from? Or did it come from your mama?
Oh.
I had
Are you calling him a titty sucking baby?
Funny how,
You're drinking someone's mama.
it's funny how Mama's titty is still lactating after 35 years.
Oh, she bottles it. That's what it is. Storing it up in the freezer, aren't you there, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm bottling it all up so I could ship it to you before next Friday like you wanted me to.
Make some ice cubes with it. Put it in my coffee.
I was just going to say the same thing, I swear. Creamer for the coffee.
Extra colostrum in there.
Yeah.
Make it extra creamy and thick.
Well, it's got to taste better than that nasty fucking baby formula,
Oh, anything's got to be better than that shit.
Oh, shit.
yeah.
One time I accidentally put baby creamer in my coffee, or baby formula in my coffee instead of creamer.
Oh.
And, yeah, that was pretty bad. And then somebody dared me to drink a bottle of Similac one time. And I did. And I won $10, but I got sick. It was just the nastiest. I'm like, how does a baby like this stuff, man? It's just, ugh.
Do you know what really fucking pisses me off now we're talking about milk?
What?
When you find out, that almond milk. I switched from cow's milk. I'm a farmer's daughter, and I switched from cow's milk years ago. And when they come out with this almond milk, and they pushed it on us and pushed it on us, it's great stuff. It's made from nuts and everything else. Find out it's like less than 1% of actual almond in it.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking bullshit? Like,
and then what's the rest of it made out of? Chemicals?
Sugar.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could get you a carton and tell you exactly what's in it.
You know what I like is when
water.
people try to do something like bake with like almond milk or soy milk or non-fat milk, and then they wonder why their cookies or whatever don't come out right, and it's like, well, there's a thing called butterfat, and there's a reason they tell you to put milk in it and not fucking squeezed almond shit or whatever, because baking is a science, unlike cooking. That there's actually a science behind it. It's called butterfat, and
exactly. I found out when they fucking fucked with my pudding. I made pudding, and I thought I'm gonna have some really good dark chocolate almond milk pudding.
No, you won't.
It was just liquid, syrupy chocolate.
Oh.
Yeah, crap.
Hey,
that just turned me right off.
Shit,
Maggie.
you had to flush down the toilet.
Yep.
Maggie, I've been meaning to ask you, because that you have Rhode Island connection. Have you ever tried coffee milk?
What kind of milk?
Coffee milk.
No.
You never did?
No.
Coffee milk. What the hell's coffee milk?
It's hard to explain. It's condensed coffee. It's in a syrup-like thing. You use it like chocolate syrup, but you put it in your milk, right? And it's a unique flavor. It kind of looks like chocolate milk. It kind of tastes like iced coffee, right, in a way. But they put it in it's a syrup, and it's a Rhode Island thing. Period. Autocrat coffee syrup is that. I'm sorry.
Which you add to milk as opposed to the other way.
Yeah, it's coffee milk.
Yeah. Huh.
But anyway.
By the
sorry.
way, nice to meet you there, Mr. Lobster Man. I've been watching you a lot too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I feel. Well, you know what? Let me see. My computer's watching. Well, there's the man with the Trump hair again.
Who is that?
Angry hairpiece.
Oh.
Would that be Jello?
I have heard of Angry
Or
Hairpiece.
Johnny May? Who is it? He's not going to speak, is he? You're fired.
Fiction. Yeah. What did you see of me recently? Was it my meltdown or rage?
No, the most recent is I just saw you on what's his name there, Mr. I shoot ghosts out of my dick. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I missed that one.
Which one? I missed it.
Mr. Fiesta there.
Oh, geez, that's yeah. Okay, yeah.
He's a poltergeist now.
Shit.
Oh, I'm busting a gut every time I think of him now.
The other Patrick. Yeah, I wanted to one of Jello's. When I first found out about this whole thing I'd been in a hangout with Patrick like a couple of times, and I went into one of Jello's like late night, early morning calls. Yeah, and anyway, when I went in there, a couple of people left, and then a couple of people that were still in the room because Jello was gone for a minute.
Yeah.
A couple of people were still in the room, and I wasn't on camera. Wouldn't give me the time of day, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they because they saw Patrick, right? Wouldn't give me the time of day, and I'm like, fuck, everybody's got a little paranoia in them at times, but I'm like, almost like, fuck, man, maybe they were talking about me before I got in here, or something. And it turned out that a couple of them thought that one guy that left, and a couple of people that were in the room thought that I was Patrick.
Those little shysters, eh?
Yeah.
You guys hear me? You're little shysters.
Jello came back in the room and he goes, "No, that's not that Patrick. That's that lobster guy. He's the guy that believed that Rand scam was really real. Which I was. I was probably the only one that didn't understand.
Oh God, Rand scam or Rand cam. Hey, is he still online?
No, he's come back. He's got it's something called Randy Campbell now or something.
Right.
I think it's got a pair of glasses on the avatar or something.
Yeah, turned into a conspiracist now, eh?
Yeah, I think I posted that one hangout in our little
community.
Yeah, in our community over there.
I don't think I've taken a look at it yet. There's so many going on in there.
Yeah, this was a couple weeks ago. I think I may have posted it in there.
Oh, I'll have to
and they come back and they're really nice and polite and stuff like that. And, they do the little interview thing, and like the last time Rand Campbell came back, everything was like nice and stuff, and then he went all batshit crazy. I mean, remember the first time he left? It was almost like blasphemous to make fun of him. Hey, come on, don't make fun of him anymore. He's left, I mean, and all this stuff, and it's like, fuck,
Yeah, if anybody posts it or even thinks about posting memes out there, memes about me, I want them put down or have my stamp of approval on them. I mean it.
Yes,
okay?
and absolutely.
That needs to be said.
Did you hear what I said?
I'll get the memo out.
Yeah.
Okay, Maggie, you're on it.
So, Fiction, you were listening to that conversation. Did it sound like he just got his feelings hurt, or something, or did because I'm kind of I just can't understand.
I think he's a very sensitive guy.
Yeah, I get that. He doesn't have enough thick. You don't have to have the most thick skin to be on YouTube or Google or something like that, but you have to be a little bit thick-skinned. You have to have something. You can't be offended or pissed off.
Oh God, no! What the fuck is offense, right? Like, there's no room for offense on YouTube and Google Plus or any media outlet. You have to roll with the punches and then give some.
Yeah.
Hey, no, wait a minute. I find that offensive.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Ask me if I fucking care, Mike. I don't know you, but hey, it's all in good fun. Most people who know me know I'm never, I'm not, I'm harmless. I think.
Yeah, famous last words.
So, Mike.
Yeah, man.
Is it working in here or no?
Nah, I still can't see it.
That's fucked up.
Is what working?
You can't see the hairpiece?
Yeah,
no, I can't.
And you know what the fucked up part is? He made it.
What?
He made it.
He
and
emailed
it to me. And he can't see it. It won't play on his. Yeah.
Oh. Why is that?
I don't know.
Oh man. I feel your pain, dude.
What are you
It's definitely Donald Trump.
Is it your system or what?
He doesn't get to see the fruits of his labors in action.
Yeah, but
It was laborious, let me tell you. It was a
why?
laborious task. It took me
I know why.
24 hours this morning.
And cheers to you, dude. I mean, and now you can't see the fruits of your labor in action.
And now I can't
I want to start a GoFundMe page to help you in your grieving process.
But make it so that everybody pays the GoFundMe page
Actually,
with, aww.
Mike, you can see it. Just go to YouTube and watch the Hangout live on YouTube on John's channel here, and you'll be able to see it. How are you in this? Are you on your phone or your laptop or what?
No, I'm on my desktop.
You're on your desktop. Okay, so go into YouTube.
Yeah.
And are you subscribed to Quiet Atheist?
Yeah.
All right, so
I can
go
see
to
it on
his
the YouTube
channel.
feed.
Huh? Yeah,
I can see
there.
it on the YouTube feed.
Now, can you see it?
Yeah.
A little blue
I
man
can.
with your creation. There you go. Done.
But not when it only he can only see it when it's down at the bottom. When it goes up into the middle, it's just a default whatever the
Not even angry
picture.
at the moment. Like without you talking, it just comes up the default avatar even down the
Oh
bottom.
wow.
What?
Wow.
Really? That's freaky.
That
That's
is
weird.
weird.
Let me look. Let me go look. Oh yeah. Okay. Wait a minute.
I see an avatar with a hairpiece on it.
Yes. That's what a default one.
Oh,
Right.
you know why? Because you're
That's-
behind Angry Atheist. I mean, behind that little picture that Quiet Atheist has.
Oh, that's a bad kitty. Damn it, kitty. No, don't fuck. Aw, you fucking
Don't
bitch.
fuck.
No.
Aw.
I've got
No,
some
look.
Hell, that
cat.
almost
You
got
want-
a fuck.
You wanna
I've got some cat handcuffs if you need them.
this hey, this is
I
what
don't
I'm
trust my
bad
cat
kittying
either.
about right here. Hold on. There it is.
Oh.
Yeah, my cat's a little
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
you know, cats got to eat too.
Couldn't see him too clearly.
Dude,
What's
that
he
cat,
eating?
that cat, she kills for sport.
Well, you know, that's what
Maybe-
cats do.
We had to shave our cat.
You meanie, you shaved your
No.
cat.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, he's a we got him from the sanctuary, and
Uh-huh.
trust me, this cat has issues. He's a very long-haired white cat, right? His name is Everest. He's like 26 pounds, right? His
Mhm.
hair is so long, it just
That's a
kept
lot of
matting,
pussy.
right? Yeah, no shit. And I'll tell no lie.
You're enjoying
But,
that pussy, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's enjoying that bald thing right about now.
Anyway.
At least you won't see the ghost on a white pussy, right?
Hey, you're talking about my cat, man.
You know,
That
if you
cat
see
was
some ghost on that, it might cure his condition on the matting.
But anyway, no. But see, the thing was, the cat
Good skin
doesn't
conditioner,
like to
they
be
call it.
brushed. The cat doesn't like to be brushed. He started to look like a Jamaican. You know, it looked almost like dread. It was just getting that bad,
Oh, cool.
and it was starting to make his skin really tight. You know, and
Yeah.
so we took him in, and he was pretty much pink for about
They
3
can't see
days.
us.
The lady at the vet said that he was fine and everything, but he does have the little ball tail, you know. So he's got this like big old white puffy thing. But the cat hates me. He likes my wife, but doesn't like me, which doesn't bother me because I've had cats and dogs that used to like follow me around and like just be up
In
my
other words,
ass
you
all
got
the time.
looking like a feline poodle.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, and
Bad visual.
yeah.
Aw.
So, but yeah, we keep the cat handcuffs around because
Steve Martin, cat handcuffs.
oh yeah,
So secular lobster likes to put handcuffs on it. I see. Damn.
absolutely. You gotta get him subdued somehow, man.
Well, pussies are squirmy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they leave little snail tracks and everything.
Yep.
That's nasty, man.
And,
I'll be here all night.
the good thing about it, you can bribe him with a little bit of fucking catnip and a toy, you know.
So you play and fuck at the same time, do you?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Such
we always
talent.
and we always wear a condom. It's all
Better
about
hush up. I make
responsibility.
my
Lobster.
dog jealous. He's a virgin.
Lobster.
Let's pussy talk here.
Lobster.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Marley.
Do they flap in the wind like mud flaps on a semi when it's going about 100 miles an hour down the highway?
Oh yeah. Absolutely, man.
Don't spit up your beer, Maggie. That's alcohol abuse.
That's beer neglect.
I like it when they try
That's
to run.
hilarious.
Oh man, this is fun. It's been a while since I've been in a hangout. I'm glad I joined this one.
Boy, I tell you, this is a lot more fun than Pat's hangout was, man. that was. Did you hear? Were you at towards the end of the hangout? No, I think he was off the air. I finally asked him. I said, "Can I ask you a question? You know, you be totally honest." And he goes, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." I go, "How fucking hammered are you right now?" You know. I like Pat. You know, I mean, he's.
His intentions are good.
Yeah.
But the only problem is he thinks that the rest of the world should be like him, and it isn't.
Yeah. It's like when he had Bunto on as his guest host, right? Bunto was trying to talk to him because he was making more sense. Pat was just making statements, right? Yeah. He wasn't getting the hangout anywhere.
Make it like one of your interviews there.
Yeah, but frankly, that's what Bunto does, and that's what would make Bunto a good co-host. Right. He can carry the conversation. He can take conversations in directions that I don't even go. You know, I wouldn't even. You know, but then when he didn't agree with Pat's stance or something, he started getting on Bunto. And then a couple times when Bunto was having a conversation with, I think, Deidre or whatever, Holly, whatever, they were having a discussion, and she was taking basically the default Christian position, and he was saying something else, and then he jumps in there going, you know, I see this going towards, this isn't a discussion about if does God exist or not, you know, and they weren't going that way.
Wait, but Patrick, in his defense, though, I understand, because if you, like, a lot of times people just jump into hangouts and they don't read any of the information and the intention of the whole hangout.
Right.
I even seen it was not about religion, and they were trying to derail what he wanted to do in the hangout. So I get his point in his defense on that one. Because if I were to have a hangout, and if I don't want it to turn into these stupid, non-discussion, intellectual, super intellectual, philosophical bullshit.
Oh yeah, I totally agree on that.
Turns me off to no end. And
but what I didn't see that going in that direction, you know.
Oh, it could have. If Patrick didn't say anything, it could have very easily. Because I've watched lots of Deidre's the hangouts she's in. She's in a lot of Nadia, and see, these people are used to going into Nadia hangouts and just taking over the whole hangout, and it's all about fucking religion and opinions and this and that, and it's like, you know, and I think that's what Patrick wants to avoid. He wants to talk to people who are not scripted, who just like how I'm right now speaking my mind. I think that's what his goal is. He wants to have people talk to people.
But see, as far as I was concerned, she was going like I said, when he said the whole thing should be the Bible be rewritten. Well, just as a Christian would just automatically say, no, it's the Bible. You don't do that. So I didn't think that was a bad discussion.
But that's a religious discussion, and that should be kept for someone who wants to talk about religion and crap, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
See my point? So, like, in his defense, I will defend him on that one.
Okay.
And also on the other point, too, that come to mind about Bunto, it's like, again, I know Bunto knows me, and a lot of times he can be very, like, he can take control, and then it turns into all about Bunto and his, you know, little session. And again, it's like, you don't, when you have a hangout and you want to get a mixture of people talking, you know, instead of just two people bantering back and forth the whole thing, you know, then it loses what his intention was. I think that's where Patrick was coming from, just from my perspective.
Okay, yeah, because I like I said, I don't get into the philosophical philosophy, and to me, philosophy is it's your opinion. You know, I don't get into the great debate of like morality and truths and stuff like that because it's stupid. But at times, you know, and trust me, I've been in enough quiet atheist hangouts. I've like gone,
which are pretty awesome, by the way. I just got.
Oh yeah, I love his hangouts.
Mr.
You know,
John.
it's just, but at times when they would get hijacked, hangout. So yeah,
that's where you got to get assertive, and I think Patrick is trying to exercise some assertion. He's probably not used to that in real life, right?
Yeah.
So we got to give him credit on that one, right?
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Everybody, like, you know, even me. I'll tell you, I'm not used to, like, sometimes I get a stuttering when I get nervous. So that's why I started coming on Hangouts, because I had a lot I wanted to say, but I didn't want to, you know, come across the wrong way. I wanted to just shoot straight, you know, and not have like a script to read from, or, you know, I like to be reactionary. It's like, okay, here's what I think, boom, bang, make it simple, short, sweet, right? To the point. That's kind of how I am. I'm just like to the point, not a long, drawn-out speech.
Yeah.
Right?
They try to, you ask them a question and they talk for 5 minutes and you try to like get them to like sum it up, and they go, well, if you wouldn't,
hours long.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, if you'd stop interrupting me, I'd get to it, you know, and then you let them talk for another 5 minutes, and
right.
Yeah.
And me, I'm short and choppy. I like to chop it up. Like, okay, I'll say something, and then I'll allow for somebody to respond, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then when we're kibitzing, it kind of rolls, eh? Hey, Maggie.
Hell yeah.
You know, like it's kind of like when you're joking, you know, like it's like everybody gets involved. We have a good laugh. We say what we gotta say, short and sweet, and everybody has a good time.
Right.
And
that's
some of you being quiet. Where the fuck are you? Speak up. Don't look in the camera, dude.
Well, I'm just listening to you guys talking for a minute before I butt in.
Okay, butt in. Butt the fuck in.
Doesn't he look like he could be like some evil doctor, like in a movie or something?
Yeah.
You know, just
Igor.
Yeah, he could be like, you know.
What did she say?
Igor.
No. You lucky I can't see your face. I'd say so too.
You could if you went to my profile, dude.
Dr.
Then
Blood.
you would have known I was a female. Hint, hint.
On my Magulator channel, everybody thinks I'm a dude too.
Yeah. Oh, I knew you were female.
I knew you were a female. I think I'd seen a picture of you or something, or something.
Yeah, on my G+, because you know I'm not shy about who I am. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's like I don't know. It's like when people feel a need to call me Secular Lobster when they know that my name is Patrick, or I'll be in a hangout and like there's certain people like Fiction Fighter chooses to keep her name out. Maggie, I kind of thought that her name was probably Maggie or something, you know, when I saw Magalatar. Some people, you know, I was doc dropping myself for 3.5 years before I realized what the fuck it was. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit if anybody knows who I am.
If somebody wants to come to my house and knock on my door, just bring me some beers.
So who's the Satanist in the room there? Who's that with the Illuminati sign there, insignia or whatever?
Oh, that's Mike.
Oh, Mike. Okay, yeah, right. Okay. So, like, does that represent your?
Yeah,
so you're a Satanist? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an atheistic Satanist. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's this? I'm trying to get some more understanding. There's different kinds of Satanists, right? There's different.
Mainly two kinds of Satanists. There's theist and atheistic.
Oh, well, what's isn't there a Leviathan?
Yeah, Leviathan.
Yeah, that's it.
Generally atheistic. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the difference?
A theistic Satanist believes that the devil, Satan, whatever, is God, and they believe just like Christians, except they just don't believe.
Except their God is Satan, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
whereas an atheistic Satanist looks at or learns from or looks at Satan, the archetype, Satan, the literal, well, not the literal, the literary creation, and learns from, takes on board like the first great accuser, the first rebel, the
truth teller.
The truth teller, yeah.
Yeah, he actually was honest. Eh? He was the most honest thing in the fucking Bible.
Yeah. And
and
standing up against tyranny
call
and
him
all
a
that.
fucking liar, right? Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I kind of
cool.
come from.
That's right on. Who else haven't I interact? Oh yeah, who's the Asian fella beside you with the glasses? Who's he?
I'm not Asian. I'm actually Irish.
Marco.
No, you're just a lobster hippie.
A lobster hippie.
Yeah,
God.
yeah. Now that I know where you're at, I'm just gonna bring my bib on over and some butter.
Hey, Cat, or hey,
Have me some lobster.
Maggie.
What?
He's just a lobster hippie with his furry cat.
No, it's fur.
Feline poodle.
No, but you know what? His hair is actually growing back so fast. The lady at the grooming place, she said, "Look, I guarantee you, this cat," and they even told us at the sanctuary, this cat will need a haircut in another 6 months because it just grows.
They do grow fast. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, Patrick.
What's that?
Knit him a sweater.
Yeah, you know you could.
You better throw some nair on that shit, buddy.
You know, I was actually thinking about something like that. I was like, it's got to be cheaper than taking him to the, because the cat already doesn't like me, you know. So it's not like a, you know, but
does it bite you when you go near it?
It swings at me or something, or he's a cat. He's one of those cats that, and a lot of cats do this. They pick one person. Okay, everybody else, doesn't matter who else is in the house. They like that one person. Fuck everybody else, right?
Yeah.
And my like I was saying, when I lived in Oregon, I had a lot of cats. I had dogs, cats, all sorts of stuff. They loved me, right? They slept in my bed. I couldn't sit down without all of them up my ass, right? Continuously, right? And I'm not kidding you. It was a beautiful thing. I loved those animals, and I really miss them and everything. But my wife used to sit there and say, "Boy, I wish they would pay attention to me like they do to you." And I said, "Trust me, you're going to get your wish one day, right?" So when we moved out here, you know, for her birthday, she wanted a cat, right? So she went up to the sanctuary, and it was like $100 for the shot and the adoption stuff and everything. Brought this 25-pound big ball of white fur in the house, and it stuck to her. It sits on her. If she sits down, the cat sits on her. When she's lying down in bed, the cat lays on top of her. If no matter what she does, the cat is up her ass continuously, right? And then she goes, "Why does the cat do this to me?" And I'm like, "Hey, you wanted a cat that was up your ass all the time, you know? Be careful what you asked for."
Fiction's leaving?
Huh?
Fiction's leaving?
Yeah.
Fiction.
Yeah. I got a thing called earn a fucking paycheck so you can pay your fucking bills.
I do too, but it's only 2 days a week. Yay!
I'm on a 9-day stretch, and I'm in my let's see, my 7th day. So I got 3 more days to go. Well, including today would be 3 days to go, and then I get a day off. Yay!
Yay! Jobs are overrated. Yay!
Yeah. It's the Sabbath anyway, and I don't believe in doing anything really on the Sabbath.
Yeah, it's
Where we
against
get
my
to pay over
non-religion.
40% of it in fucking taxes. Fuck the fucking world.
Well, Fiction, I will see you around.
Okay, peace out, Maggie. It was nice to talk to you in person. Yay.
Yeah, nice
Bye-bye.
to talk. We'll
And
do it
Mikey,
again.
and Secular, and John, and the Masked Man. I didn't get his name. Marco, is that Marco?
Polo.
Marco Polo. Ta-ta for now, everybody. Peace out.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
See ya.
Later.
She's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably here in the next couple minutes. I'm gonna probably have to hang it up for the night, guys.
Yeah, I gotta get
Hey,
going
I
now.
made it all the way through this one. Yay!
Yeah,
How long has this been on?
A few hours.
yeah.
We've been on, let's see, since what, 11-ish?
Oh, so I sat in Pat's hangout for all that time when I could have been in this hangout. Oh, jeez.
Yep. You could have been over here yucking it up with us.
I was waiting for that hangout to get going. That's why I really didn't give a shit what anybody was really talking about, you know.
Right.
It just never really got going, you know. And but gee whiz. Well, this is 2 hangouts in a row I've been in with.
Yeah, because I got to get up early in the morning to go so I could watch my niece for my sister.
Well, it's been nice, you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need to
I gotta
do
get
this
going.
again.
Yes,
And it
we
was
will.
nice to finally meet you too, Grant. And Marco and Mike.
It's always a privilege.
Good
2
night,
times in a
guys.
row I've been in your
Good night,
hangout, but I
Maggie.
haven't yelled.
Good night, man.
Anyway, yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning. It's the Sabbath. She was. In a few weeks, I'll be able to look forward to football on Saturday and Sundays. So a lot of reason to get up on Sundays and Saturdays.
I'm not really a big fan of football. I don't want football.
I like college football.
I'll only watch if my team is doing good. That's it.
Yeah.
No. What? That wasn't your house that had the little Green Bay Packer guy on the shelf, was it? Quiet?
No, that's not my house. No.
I didn't think I thought so. Because I said something about it one time. I was like, I love your show. I'm not too crazy about that little guy on your ear, but
What little guy?
that little Green Bay Packer guy. So,
I'm a Denver Bronco fan.
That's not
Patriots, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, Tom Brady is a god.
Yeah, from what I hear, from what I hear, he likes to deflate footballs.
Something like that.
Hey, by the way, before you start judging too quickly on what's really going on, have you heard about the emails that just got released?
No.
Yeah. Before you have any other opinions on Deflategate, please go to a news source, WEI in Boston. Some other the Patriots released emails between remember that Chris Mortensen was supposed to have that interview on a Boston sports station the other day, and he was supposed to talk about Deflategate because he's the guy that actually brought the original story, okay? And then it got taken away, and because ESPN or the NFL got in his head, well, the original emails between parties has been disclosed, right? And until you read those, please reserve judgment. That's all I'm saying. But it's going to turn into something. I have a strange feeling it's going to blow up in the NFL's face in the end, because Roger Goodell's a jerk anyway. But yeah, it's really not over with yet. No, I'm serious.
Oh no, I'm laughing at Marco. He thinks he's fucking he's just giddy about it. Look at him.
What do you like, the Cleveland Browns or something?
Who?
I don't know. Well, he looks older with a mustache there.
He does, huh?
He looks distinguished.
Yeah, that's all I was thinking. I like the horns though; those were pretty badass. Stop.
Well, guys, I'm gonna probably have to go for now.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll have another one tonight. I'll have another one tonight. Angry Hairpiece.
All right, yeah, I tried to get in this one at the beginning. I've been having serious issues the whole time.
Yeah. Well, I'm following you on Google Plus, and I sent an invite to everybody that I was following twice, and I don't know why.
Everyone set me. I couldn't even. I was trying to put messages in the scrolling chat, and it kept saying, "Nope, failed, failed, failed." It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I wonder why that was happening.
Stop. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, come back tonight again, Mike, if you want to come back and chat.
Yeah, man. Yeah. If I'm up and about, then yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, that way I'll get the hangout started early so we can have a good chat.
Cool, man. No worries.
Please stop licking my bed. Thank you.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hang it up for the night, guys, and I'll see you tonight if you guys want to talk some more.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Well, shit.
All right, we'll see
Have
you
a good
later.
night.
All right, bye.
Later.